Chapter 16. By the time everyone left the Swanjujube forest, the sky had already darkened. Their journey back had been uneventful. The moment they walked out of the dense forest, both Yangming Jusha and the remaining juniors let out a long sigh of relief. This harmonious treasure hunting trip had finally come to a successful conclusion. They had kept their lives, completed their mission, and obtained the treasure. This treasure naturally belonged to them. When they thought of this, everyone's hearts felt warm, as if a cat was tickling their hearts. Yangming Jusha looked at everyone with a smile and said, "Everyone Xiaoxia, please be patient. Wait for us to reach the Thumb Peak before we speak in detail." Then, he led everyone back to the Thumb Peak. Everyone sat in a circle in front of the crouching ox rock. Yangming Jusha opened his mouth and said, "Everyone Xiaoxia, this mission has been successfully completed. Next, please bring back the results of this mission to your respective schools and sects. In addition, please bring back my greetings. Everyone, please raise your heads on the 2nd of February and meet at the same old place. Let us drink and chat merrily." After he finished speaking, he didn't seem to want to stay any longer. Without waiting for anyone to speak, he cupped his hands and used his qinggong to leave down the mountain. The remaining people looked at each other and nodded. The Tan brothers were the first to walk away in their unique way, followed by Wen Wenhai and Xue Qing. They cupped their hands to Ma Xiangyang and Sichu Ping and turned to leave. Suddenly, Wen Wenhai seemed to think of something and stopped. He said to Sichu Ping, "Chief Sichu, I was passing by Lu Town the day before yesterday and poked my nose into other people's business and saved a group of farmers. I'm afraid I've offended you in any way. I hope Chief Sichu will be magnanimous enough to forgive me." Sichu Ping was also a quick-witted person and hurriedly returned the greeting. "Our clan's subordinates have been rude in any way. Please forgive them, Xiaoxia. If something like this happens again in the future, I hope that Xiaoxia will take action again and help me maintain the clan's reputation." When Wenhai smiled and said, of course. We'll meet again someday." After he finished speaking, he and his junior sister quickly left the way they came. In the blink of an eye, only 2 people were left on the crouching ox rock. At this moment, Sichu Ping felt a little uneasy in his heart. Fortunately, Ma Xiangyang spoke up at this moment, "Sect leader Sichu, I won't say anything else. Since you know about this matter and are also involved, please follow me to Myriad Sword Peak as a guest for a period of time. Everything will be decided by my Sword Lord. How about it?" Sichu Ping nodded. "I'll follow Xiaoxia's instructions." Then, he followed Ma Xiangyang back the way they came. For a moment, the area around the crouching ox rock was deserted. It was already dusk. Just as a few people from the Jianghu were galloping on their horses, Zhong Xiaohua and Butcher Liu had also rushed back to the Guozhuang house. Liu Qian and Liu Yeye were originally sitting in the Zhong family's small house and chatting. At the same time, they were also helping Guo Sufei with some needlework. When Butcher Liu approached, Liu Yeye happened to raise her head and look outside. Her gaze passed over the short walls of the Zhong family's small courtyard. When she saw the sturdy figure that she had been looking outside the door for an entire day and had lost count of how many times she had looked outside, Liu Yeye could no longer hold it in. "Whoa!" She burst into tears and ran out, throwing herself into Butcher Liu's arms. "Father!" Her tears were like pearls falling onto a jade plate, dripping down in a pitter-patter. Butcher Liu hugged his daughter and patted her shoulder with heartache. His own eyes were also red. He had thought that he could let his daughter go out and have fun during the new year, but he did not expect such a thing to happen. It seemed like his daughter was scared out of her wits. Liu Qian, who walked out after Butcher Liu, was also teary-faced. After the incident, she finally saw her family after so long. She could no longer control her emotions. Zhong Cai also walked out of the house with crutches and invited Butcher Liu into the house. With so many people coming in, the narrow central room seemed even more crowded. Fortunately, the people from the same village went home first after exchanging some pleasantries. Zhong Cai sent them to the door and thanked them profusely. Zhong Xiaohua also returned to the small house to visit her 2 older brothers. Zhong Xiaohu and Zhong Xiaolong's injuries were more serious. At that time, they had blocked Zhong Cai inside for their father's sake. 80% of the vicious servants' kicks and punches had landed on their bodies. However, Xiaohu did not suffer any fractures. At this moment, he was lying on the Kang bed and listlessly talking to his older brother. Xiaolong's injuries were similar to Xiaohu's, but his arm was fractured after all. Last night, he was tortured by the veterinarian, old Chen, and woke up in pain. He had been in a daze the entire day and could not hide his listlessness. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua come in, Zhong Xiaohu asked, "Liu Chen's family is here?" Zhong Xiaohua said, "Yes, they just entered the house." Zhong Xiaohu asked again, "Is there no one else?" Xiaohua asked curiously, "Who else is there?" Xiaohu said, "The matchmaker." Zhong Xiaohua was at a loss. Zhong Xiaolong laughed and said, "Don't listen to second brother's nonsense." Zhong Xiaohua immediately understood what was going on and joked, "Soon, they won't come today. They'll have to come tomorrow. It takes time to prepare a betrothal gift. No matter what, we have to thank our brave and righteous big brother. Think about it, 20 to 30 villains. Big brother, you're angry for a woman. Sister Liu Qian is already touched. If she doesn't give her heart to you, the world will age because of love." This time, it was Zhong Xiaohu's turn to be puzzled. Why would the world age because of love? Zhong Xiaohua said proudly, "If the heavens have feelings, the heavens will also age. Big brother's feelings will move the heavens and the earth." Zhong Xiaohu retorted, "Why are you showing off? What betrothal gift? It's called dowry. Besides, Liu Qian's father is a teacher. This future sister-in-law has read thousands of books. Big brother will be influenced by her and will be more scholarly than you." Zhong Xiaolong couldn't keep his face and couldn't help but scold Zhong Xiaohua, "What does a brat like you know? Don't talk nonsense with second brother. We brothers are just having fun. Don't drag Liu Qian into this. Wouldn't it be bad if someone heard?" Just as they were talking, someone came in from the central room. A crisp and slightly hoarse voice said, "Who's talking about my sister? Why are you talking nonsense? I just happened to hear it." The three brothers raised their heads. It turned out that Liu Yeye had brought Butcher Liu to see them. They saw Butcher Liu's eyes smiling as he looked at them. Liu Yeye also had a teasing expression. Behind them, Liu Qian's face was flushed red. She lowered her head and didn't say anything. As the host, Zhong Cai fell behind them with his walking stick. He didn't listen carefully to their conversation. When Zhong Xiaohua saw them come in, she jumped down from the Kang bed. Just as she was about to clean the Kang bed and invite Butcher Liu to sit down, Liu Qian and Liu Yeye nimbly tidied up before her and helped Butcher Liu sit down. It seemed that on the day that Zhong Xiaohua wasn't here, the two girls had tidied up the room more than once. Zhong Xiaohua's eyes widened as she thought, "Today, did the two sisters feed first brother and second brother?" Seeing a group of people suddenly barge in, Zhong Xiaohu didn't know what to feel. Zhong Xiaolong's face turned red, as if he had done something wrong. Zhong Xiaohu sat up and was about to get down from the Kang bed when Butcher Liu pressed him down and said kindly, "Nephew is still recuperating. Don't move." Zhong Xiaohu struggled for a bit but couldn't break free. He could only lie down obediently. Zhong Xiaohua looked at the forced kindness on his face and cursed in her heart. Zhong Xiaolong also wanted to get up, but it was inconvenient for him to do so with one hand. He tried but couldn't get up. Liu Qian hesitated for a moment and went over to support his shoulder. She helped him up. The two of them looked at each other and then separated as if they had been electrocuted. Butcher Liu also saw it and his smile bloomed like a flower. He said to Zhong Xiaolong, "Nephew is really righteous to be able to step forward in front of a bully and save my daughter and niece. Old Liu salutes you." As he spoke, he got down from the Kang bed and bowed deeply to Zhong Xiaolong. Zhong Xiaolong quickly reached out his hand and said, "Don't be like this, uncle. It's what I should do. Aren't you shortening my lifespan by doing this? Xiaohua, hurry and help uncle up." Zhong Xiaohu also took the opportunity to get up. Zhong Xiaohua quickly held Butcher Liu back, but he wasn't as strong as Butcher Liu. This salute was finished. Zhong Xiaolong was at a loss again. He turned to look at Liu Qian as if asking for help. Liu Qian didn't dare to speak, and neither did Liu Yeye. Zhong Cai spoke, "Uncle, don't be so polite with them. Young people are very hot-blooded. Weren't we like this when we were young? There's no need to be so polite. The children's injuries aren't serious. They'll be fine after a bit of rest. Let's go outside and drink some wine. Butcher Liu stopped talking and beamed with joy, saying, heroes are still young. We're all old. All right, you young people have a good chat. I won't disturb you anymore. We old people are going to drink. As he finished speaking, he turned around and went back to the central room. Zhong Cai also followed, leaving Liu Qian and Liu Yeye in the Zhong brothers' small room. Zhong Xiaohua looked at Liu Qian's peach blossom face and Liu Yeye's eyes darting around. She felt the awkward atmosphere in the room and immediately said, Sister Liu Qian, you're really beautiful today. You guys talk, I'm going out to play. As she finished speaking, she ran away, leaving behind a single man and woman. The feelings between men and women were very strange. Zhong Xiaolong and Liu Qian met once in the cloth shop. If they hadn't met Lu Zhen's gang of bullies, they probably wouldn't have met a second time in this lifetime. Lu Zhen's disaster highlighted Zhong Xiaolong's hot-blooded side and gave Liu Qian an excellent impression. Now, in just a few hours of getting along with Zhong Xiaolong, Liu Qian really felt a little attached to Zhong Xiaolong. Thinking that there was such a person who would take care of her for the rest of her life, perhaps it was a fate arranged by God. Looking at Zhong Xiaolong's handsome face, although tanned by the wind and sun, he had a masculine aura that her brother did not have. Liu Qian's heart became more and more scheming. Butcher Liu stayed the night at the Zhong residence. It was a silent night. The next morning, Zhong Cai accompanied Butcher Liu to talk about farming and mulberry seeds. Guo Sufei accompanied Liu Qian and Liu Yeye to Zhong Xiaohua's room to take care of the injured brothers. At this time, the more Guo Sufei looked at Liu Qian, the more she liked her. No matter if it was her looks, her figure, or her ability to do housework, there was nothing to nitpick about. This girl actually had a lot of housekeeping skills that she didn't know. Early in the morning, Liu Qian helped her get a few pots of plants and placed them in the central room. She also placed a few pots of flowers in Xiaolong's room. The entire room immediately became brighter and more pleasing to the eye. She really was a good daughter-in-law, candidate Tilda. Chapter 17. When Liu Qian's father and brother arrived at the Zhong residence, it was already late in the morning. Butcher Liu was basking in the sun with Zhong Cai in the courtyard as they chatted. The walls of the Zhong residence's courtyard were too short, so Butcher Liu could see Mr. Liu and Liu Kai from afar. Both of them were dressed in new clothes. Liu Kai followed behind his father, holding a few huge gift boxes in his hands. Butcher Liu quickly got up and called out to Zhong Cai before going out to welcome his brother. Zhong Cai rushed into the house and shouted, "Mother, Liu Qian's father is here." When Liu Qian heard this shout, she didn't throw away her needlework like Liu Yeye and rush out of the house. Instead, she carefully placed her half-finished work on the table and waited for Guo Sufei to leave first before she came out. When Liu Qian walked into the courtyard, Butcher Liu and Liu Yeye had already escorted her father and brother to the gate of the fence. Zhong Cai was there to welcome them with his walking stick. After a round of introductions and greetings, Liu Qian walked in front of her father and brother and bowed. Mr. Liu held his daughter's hand and carefully looked at his daughter's expression. He saw that the familiar face didn't have any trace of what happened the day before yesterday. There was no panic or fear in her eyes, only slightly red eyes. Mr. Liu couldn't help but feel guilty. It was all his fault. He patted his daughter's shoulder and said, "It's been hard on you, child." Liu Qian wiped her eyes and said with a smile, "Daughter is fine. It's all thanks to brother Xiaolong's family's help that we escaped from the tiger's den." Mr. Liu gestured for Liu Kai to hand over the gift boxes and said to Zhong Cai and Guo Sufei, "I can't thank you enough for your kindness. These small gifts aren't enough to show my gratitude. I hope our benefactors will accept them." Zhong Cai hurriedly pushed the gift boxes back and said politely, "We just happened to be there and didn't do much. In the end, it was someone else who helped us." Mr. Liu insisted on handing it over, saying, "It's all thanks to you guys. If it weren't for your help, my family's child would have met with a calamity long ago. Those two Xiaoxia might not have been able to see them." When Butcher Liu saw the two of them pushing the gift back and forth, he couldn't help but feel anxious. He reached out to take it and said, "You don't have to be so courteous. Old brother Zhong, my eldest brother's kind intentions, you don't have to refuse." After he finished speaking, he carried the gift box into the central room. Mr. Liu smiled and said to Zhong Cai, "This second brother of mine has a fiery temper. I hope old brother Zhong doesn't mind." Zhong Cai also smiled and said, "There's no harm in that. Your younger brother is a sentimental person. We're just being a little overboard. Please, let's talk inside." Zhong Cai led Mr. Liu into the central room. The central room of the Zhong family was very small and didn't have many chairs. Thus, there was no distinction between the host and the guest. Everyone sat down as they pleased. After Mr. Liu sat down, he once again expressed his gratitude for the Zhong family's kindness. He took out some scattered silver from his robes and placed it on the small table in the room, saying, "Old brother Zhong, your family's injuries were caused by the bullies saving my daughter. It's reasonable for us to take responsibility. You can take this silver to seek medical treatment. Our family is poor and can only take this much. Please forgive us, old brother." This time, Zhong Cai was determined not to accept it. He said, "Xiaohua has already told you what happened. At the time, the bullies had already paid the silver, but we were afraid that they would come back and ask for more. We didn't dare to use it. That Xiaoxia Wen who saved us has already given us a lot of silver. It's enough to treat our injuries and buy medicine. We absolutely cannot take this silver." Liu Kai said from the side, "Old Uncle Zhong, this is this and this is this. We should give this silver. We can't just stand by and watch you guys get injured while saving my little sisters. How can we not pay for the medical expenses? What kind of logic is that?" Butcher Liu also scratched his head and said, "Old brother Zhong, you should just take it. In a few days, I'll also give you some silver and bring some meat over." Zhong Cai said, "My two brothers, please don't do this. We didn't save people for the silver. Moreover, we already have the silver to treat our injuries. We absolutely cannot accept this." Thus, these people were given to each other by each other. After a while, Zhong Cai refused to give in no matter what. At this time, Liu Qian opened her mouth and said to Mr. Liu, "Father, since old Uncle Zhong doesn't want to take this silver, you should take it back first. I have an idea, what do you think?" Mr. Liu said, "All right, you've always been exceptionally intelligent since you were young. What good idea do you have this time?" Liu Qian said, "Old Uncle Zhong and his family got injured while saving us. The two of us will stay here to take care of old Uncle Zhong and his family until their injuries are completely healed. Firstly, old Uncle Zhong's family is injured and they still need to take care of the elderly. Antigua can't handle everything alone. Secondly, old Uncle Zhong and his family can't move freely. They also need people to take care of them. This is what we should do. What do you think?" Mr. Liu thought for a moment and said, "It's my fault. Qian Er's idea is very good. What do you think?" "Second brother." Butcher Liu patted his chest and said, "Very good, very good. I think so too." Liu Yeye also nodded in agreement. The matter was settled like this for now. Then, Mr. Liu and Liu Kai went into the inner room. Zhong Xiaolong and Zhong Xiaohu were still lying on the bed. When they heard Butcher Liu's shout, the two of them wanted to get up. However, they were stopped by Guo Sufei and the others. Now that they saw someone come in, they knew it was Liu Qian's father and brother. They quickly got up. This time, Liu Qian didn't come up to help Zhong Xiaolong. Guo Sufei carefully helped her son to sit on the kang. Only then did Mr. Liu carefully size up this courageous young man. Zhong Xiaolong was a very masculine young man. He was about the same age as Liu Kai and looked very ordinary. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes like Zhong Cai. However, his eyes were bruised and the corners of his mouth were cracked. However, from the determination in his eyes, one could see that he was a down-to-earth person. The clothes he was wearing weren't new either. They were patched up, but they were very clean and looked very comfortable. Zhong Xiaolong's arm was still in a splint, so he couldn't move casually. His hands were placed in front of his chest. Looking at this pair of slightly rough hands, One could tell that he was an expert in farming. Mr. Liu looked at this young man who was about the same age as his son but had a completely different temperament. He couldn't help but secretly nod. Only such an outstanding child could stand up for others when they were in danger. Zhong Xiaolong saw Mr. Liu staring at him and couldn't help but feel anxious. He didn't know what to do. Mr. Liu looked at him for a while before speaking. He thanked him for saving his daughter and hoped that he would recover well. Then, he spoke for a while before leaving the small room. As he walked, he said to Zhong Cai, "Brother Zhong, you have a good son. You are blessed." Zhong Cai smiled from ear to ear. He didn't forget to be humble even while leaning on his walking stick. "Same to you. Your son is also very, very good." Seeing that it was almost noon, Zhong Cai ordered Guosufei to arrange wine and food to entertain Mr. Liu and his group. The Zhong family's financial situation was much worse than Mr. Liu's, so the food they ate was also very ordinary. Zhong Cai expressed his apologies. Mr. Liu and Butcher Liu were both forthright people, so they didn't mind when they chatted. They toasted and ate quite a bit. Only Zhong Xiaohua was the happiest. She had meat to eat for 2 consecutive days. She couldn't wait for these days to come a few more times. After the meal, Mr. Liu and his group chatted with Zhong Cai for a while. Taking advantage of the fact that it was still early, they hurried back to Barley Gully with the 2 girls. The Zhong family only had one family of injured people lying in bed. Fortunately, it was winter now. Usually, at this time of the year, they would stay at home to keep warm. They didn't need to plow the fields or weed the fields. However, this afternoon, everyone felt that something was missing. When the sky gradually darkened and Guosufei was preparing to cook, she realized that there was less help from the 2 girls in the family today. She also had to cook less food. She couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. The liveliness in this family was strange. There were originally only 6 people in the family. After so many years, they didn't feel anything. In just a few days, with the addition of 2 girls, the family actually had more liveliness than before. After these few days, everyone left. The liveliness naturally disappeared. Only then did she realize that liveliness was really good. She actually missed the few days when there were more outsiders. After hastily cooking, Zhong Xiaohua and her mother served the 2 brothers. Everyone sat under the oil lamp. Guosufei said, "I wonder if Liu Qian and the rest have eaten?" Zhong Cai said, looking at the sky, "They probably just got home. They won't be able to cook in time. I guess they'll have to eat at Butcher Liu's place." Zhong Xiaohua said, "Definitely. Maybe there'll be streaky pork tonight." Guosufei said, "By the way, Xiaohua, you've been to their house. What's their house like?" Zhong Xiaohua described the situation of Liu Qian and Liu Ye's house according to her own knowledge. In fact, Guosufei had always wanted to ask about Liu Qian's family situation, but it wasn't easy to ask from Liu Qian. Yesterday, when she saw Butcher Liu, she didn't have the chance to ask. Today, when she saw Mr. Liu and Liu Kai's behavior and temperament, she felt a knot in her heart. Now that she heard Zhong Xiaohua's words, her heart was even more knotted. She frowned and said to Zhong Cai worriedly, "Old man, do you think Liu Qian will like our family's Xiaolong?" No one interrupted. Zhong Xiaolong's face was a little gloomy. Zhong Cai said, "This depends on fate. It's useless for us to talk about it. Let's just leave it to fate." Zhong Xiaohu said, "Mother, I feel that Liu Qian is very meticulous. She should have read a lot of books. Needless to say, she's educated and reasonable. She can also do a lot of housework. She's really good. She's much better than the energetic Liu Ye. Looking at how she takes care of Big Brother, she's a little interesting." Zhong Xiaohua said, "Second brother, this daughter-in-law has to be married one by one. Don't be too anxious. Even if you don't mention Liu Ye, mother will consider it for you." Zhong Xiaohu's face was a little embarrassed. He kicked Zhong Xiaohua and said, "We're talking about Big Brother. Don't change the topic. There's nothing between me and Liu Ye." Zhong Cai said, "Second brother, even if there's something between you and her, you have to think about your big brother first. Looking at our family's situation, it's already very difficult to find a wife. You should wait a little longer. Guo Sufei interrupted and said, Old man, don't you still have those banknotes? Zhong Cai interrupted her and glared at her, don't mention that. You have to return it to someone else. Then, everyone felt bored. Not long after, they blew out the oil lamp and went to sleep. Zhong Xiaolong tossed and turned all night. He couldn't fall asleep. He didn't know if it was because of the pain in his body or because of the thoughts in his heart. However, his tossing and turning didn't affect Zhong Xiaohua's dream at all. Chapter 18. When Wenhai was very tired, the whip in his hand mechanically whipped the horses but, hoping that it would run faster. Beside him, Xueqing's face was covered with a veil, so her expression couldn't be seen. She was also urging the horse she was riding. When Wenhai occasionally looked back at Xueqing and encouraged her, Junior sister, hold on a little longer, we'll soon reach our territory, we can rest then. Xueqing replied, I know, senior brother, let's go quickly. When the two came down from Stoneman Peak, they didn't pay too much attention to it at first. The mission was already completed, so all they had to do was bring the things back to the school. They were even immersed in the joy of getting the medicine. But when they got on the horses and saw the two best horses in the school, the two realized why their master wanted them to ride such handsome horses. At the same time, when Wenhai also remembered his master's inconspicuous words, hurry back. At the same time, they also realized the danger they were in. Not to mention whether the other three factions had other intentions, even if a normal Jianghu sect got wind of the news or discovered the things they were carrying, those were priceless treasures in the eyes of Jianghu people. An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin, and the two of them would have a hard time keeping their lives. The two couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. They looked at each other and got on their horses, not stopping for even a moment. They whipped their whips and galloped away. Just like that, the two of them galloped on their horses for a day and a night without rest. Fortunately, they were martial artists, so their bodies were well trained. A normal person would have long since broken their body. It was near noon, and the two of them were hurrying along. In the distance, they saw a tea shop on the side of the road. These tea shops were mostly simple tents or thatched roofs set up on the side of the road. They were open on all sides, and provided simple tea and food for passers-by to rest. When they were about to reach the tea shop, Xueqing couldn't help but say to Wenhai, Senior brother, why don't we rest for a bit? We'll reach our Misty School's territory in the time it takes to eat a meal, so it should be safe here. Wenhai was also a bit tempted, so he slowed down and gradually approached the tea shop. However, when Wenhai changed his mind and said to Xueqing with a smile, Junior sister, it's only the time it takes to eat a meal, we'll be there soon. We've been on the road for so long, we don't have to worry about this little bit of distance. Let's hurry for a bit and rest when we reach our territory. Xueqing said, all right, senior brother. We won't do things that will waste all our efforts. Let's go. After they finished speaking, the tea shops SSSS, and the horses, S and their legs wers, SSSS. The two of them were leisurely sipping tea from the rough teacups on the table. When Wenhai's and Xueqing's horses slowed down in front of the tea shop and then sped up again, they saw it all. After Wenhai's horse passed, the man with the sword looked at the dark-skinned man opposite him and said with a smile, Old Six, don't drink anymore. Let's go. I didn't expect our Hai to be so cautious. He didn't even enter this tea shop. Third brother has taken in a good disciple. Old Six said, that's right, fourth brother. None of our disciples are as cautious as our Hai. It's a pity that his talent is limited and it's hard for him to make any progress in his martial arts. Otherwise, his potential would be limitless. Ari, it's just a pity for these two good horses. After they finished speaking, the two of them threw down the money for the tea and brought their own horses to chase after them. However, they didn't know that the eyes of a plainly dressed passerby behind them flashed. He muttered in his heart, what's going on? 2 of the 6 misty tigers are actually here to receive them. After the 2 of them left with their horses, he also paid the bill and quietly followed behind. On the other hand, when Wenhai spurred his horse forward, in the time it took to finish a meal, he saw that there were more and more people. The number of stalls on the main road had also increased. Pingyang City could be seen in the distance. Suddenly, he heard the horse below him whining. Its 4 legs gave way and it fell to the ground. When Wenhai felt his body sinking, he immediately patted the horse's back and used his body to jump off the horse. Seeing this, Xueqing quickly pulled the reins and slowly stopped his horse. He saw that the horse was lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Its eyes were also slowly closing. It had died of exhaustion. Xueqing also hurriedly looked at his horse. His horse was not in a better state. Its 4 legs were trembling non-stop. There was also some white foam coming out of the horse's mouth. It looked like it could not be ridden anymore. When Wenhai stood by the side of the road and looked at the horse lying on the ground, he also looked at the surrounding passers-by who were running away in panic. He thought for a while and took out a whistling arrow. He aimed it at the sky and shot it up. The whistling arrow flew into the air and let out a sharp sound. In the empty sky, it traveled very far. The sound of the whistling arrow had just passed when they heard someone calling from behind, "Ah-hi Tilda," when Wenhai and Xueqing turned back and looked. They couldn't help but be delighted. It was the 2 burly men who were resting in the tea shop earlier. When the 2 of them rode their horses to the front, when Wenhai and Xueqing went forward and bowed, 4th Uncle Master and 6th Uncle Master. The 2 of them swung their stirrups and dismounted. They chuckled and said, "Martial nephews, there is no need to be so polite. We are here on the orders of the sect leader to welcome them. Wait a moment and they will be here." When Wenhai and Xueqing nodded in agreement. They then stood beside the 2 Uncle Masters and waited quietly. At this moment, the tense strings in their hearts were completely relaxed. Sure enough, not long after, a group of people galloped from afar. The first was a scholar with a square headscarf on his head. He was about 40 years old, with a white face and no beard. He wore white clothes and looked very young, as if he was reading. Following closely behind him was a beautiful woman with a mature aura. Both of them were dressed very simply. Both of them were riding white horses. Behind them were about 10 people dressed in martial attire. Each of them was equipped with a saber and a sword. Their eyes were shining. Some of them even had high protruding temples. At first glance, one could tell that they were masters of the martial arts world. These people urged their horses while looking around, vigilantly looking around. When the 2 of them arrived, they dismounted from their horses. When Wenhai and Xueqing went forward and bowed, "Greetings to Master." This scholar was actually the head of the Misty School, Ou Peng. He was so unremarkable. The 2 of them then bowed to the beautiful woman, "Greetings to Master's wife." The beautiful woman looked at them with a smile and didn't say anything. Ou Peng then said, "All right, ah-hi, Qing you have worked hard. No need to be so polite. You know that Master's wife rarely pays attention to the matters of the sect. Today can be considered an outing." The 2 people behind Wenhai also went forward and bowed, "Greetings to senior brother sect leader and sister-in-law." Ou Peng reached out and helped them up. "You have worked hard as well." The 4th brother stood up and said, "It wasn't hard. We were just tasting tea. Your disciple didn't even enter the tea shop. He is very cautious." When Wenhai then understood, he hurriedly said, "Disciple didn't know that martial uncle was here. Otherwise, I would have left with martial uncle." He then said to his master, "Disciple didn't let you down and escaped unscathed with junior sister. But this horse," Ou Peng laughed out loud and said, "No matter. No matter how handsome the horse is, it can't be more important than you. As long as you come back safely, it is better than anything else." He then said to the people behind him, "Leave a horse for Qing and then deal with this place." After he finished speaking, he led Wenhai, Xueqing, and the other 3 people back on their horses. He only left 2 people behind to deal with the dead horse. He didn't even mention a word about the things on Wenhai's body. The passerby who followed them here witnessed the entire process and was even more surprised. He didn't think much and just mounted his horse and galloped in another direction. He must be rushing back to the sect to report this matter. Something that was worth Ou Peng coming out to greet must be something big. When Wenhai and the others followed the large group and galloped towards Pingyang City. When they reached Pingyang City, they didn't enter the city. Instead, They went around the city gate and went in another direction. After a while, they arrived at a villa outside the city. This villa was built against the mountain. In front of the villa, there were scattered residences. The houses were high and low and were arranged in a picturesque disorder. Many people were busy with their own affairs. When they saw the large group of people coming over, they made way for them. At the same time, they also saluted Oyu Peng, who was on the horse. Further in was a straight main road. Beside it were huge trees. After crossing the main road, they came face to face with a luxurious building. There were 2 large words on the building, ethereal. It was the same word as the one on the token that Xueqing gave to the Zhong family. However, these 2 words were more indescribably elegant. After crossing the building, they saw a high platform. There were more than 10 steps leading to an open door. There were already more than 10 people who looked like disciples of the sect waiting respectfully in front of the door and on the steps. In front of the group was a young man with a fair complexion and a gentle temperament. He was about the same age as Wen Wenhai. He was the eldest senior brother of the sect, Zhong Chengyu. When Oyu Peng and the others got down from their horses, Zhong Chengyu led the group and said in unison, "Welcome, sect leader." Oyu Peng and the others got down from their horses. Someone took the reins from their hands. Oyu Peng said, "All right, everyone has worked hard. You can all disperse. Disciples who are participating in the advancement test, hurry up and practice. There's not much time left for you." All the disciples said, "Yes, we will follow sect leader's instructions." Then, Zhong Chengyu followed Oyu Peng and the others through the door. The others were busy with their own affairs. These disciples had been gathered together by the sect leader a few days ago. They were on guard day and night, thinking that something big would happen. However, they didn't expect that today, the sect leader would go out and announce that the alert was cancelled. The disciples couldn't help but be confused. However, this was the sect leader's business. It was related to their future advancement test. If they could advance, their status and treatment in the sect would be different. They might even be able to learn more advanced martial arts. This was their business. As for other things, these disciples wouldn't ask too much. Oyu Peng led the group to the meeting hall. Oyu Peng's wife saw that they had matters to attend to and excused herself. The others followed Oyu Peng into the meeting hall. Chapter 19. The conference hall was a large hall with many chairs. It was usually the place where the higher-ups of the sect came to discuss affairs. Today, there were very few people in the conference hall, but the atmosphere was particularly serious. Oyu Peng originally sent off his wife with a smile, but as soon as he entered the conference hall, he immediately changed his face and became very serious. The few people who followed behind also looked solemn. Although Wen Wenhai and Xueqing were Oyu Peng's personal disciples and direct subordinates, they rarely came to the discussion hall. After entering, they naturally followed the rules and stood not far from the entrance, not daring to move recklessly. The 4th and 6th of the 6 Misty Tigers and Oyu Peng's chief disciple Zhong Chengyu stood in front of their seats according to the usual rules and waited for Oyu Peng to sit down first. Oyu Peng walked to the innermost part of the hall, where there was a large chair. He turned and sat down, facing the crowd. When they saw him sit down, they also carefully sat down in their own seats. Oyu Peng looked at the crowd, and then said to Wen Wenhai and Xueqing, "Come over and find a seat." Wen Wenhai and Xueqing said in unison, "Thank you, master." Then they found 2 chairs and sat down. Oyu Peng said, "You can tell me what happened." Wen Wenhai and Xueqing looked at each other, and Wen Wenhai said, "Yes, master, this is what happened." Later, when Wenhai told Oyu Peng everything that happened after he and his junior sister left the Misty School and met the 2 martial uncles, no matter how big or small, including saving Zhong Cai's family. Xueqing didn't say anything about the token he gave to Zhong Cai and the 3 herbs they collected in the medicine garden in the secret plane, but then he added, "There are 2 more things that need to be explained. Please allow me to report later." After thinking about it, Oyu Peng nodded in agreement. Then, when Wenhai and Xueqing put a brocade box and a small flat box in their arms, as well as the herbs collected from the secret plane on the square table next to Oyu Peng. Oyu Peng did not open the box. Instead, he said to Larosai, "You take care of the matter first. We will wait for you." Larosai said, "Yes." Then, he got up and left in a hurry. Amongst the people present, only Wen Wenhai and Xue Qing revealed a puzzled expression while the others remained silent. Not long after, Old Fourth came back. He nodded at Oyu Peng and sat down again. At this moment, Oyu Peng said, "Everyone has worked hard. After such a long time of hard work, there is finally a reward. Let us see what treasures there are here." At the end of his words, a smile actually appeared on his face. Wen Wenhai and Xue Qing didn't know that sect leader Oyu Peng was usually amiable and had a warm smile on his face. However, he was always very serious in the conference hall. No one had ever seen him smile before. However, he was behaving like this today. This made the few people who knew the situation feel itchy in their hearts. Their eyes were also filled with eagerness. A treasure that could make the sect leader smile was, of course, a great treasure. Oyu Peng first took the box and carefully opened it. He saw a small booklet placed inside. He took the booklet out. It was soft to the touch, neither paper nor silk. He didn't know what material this booklet was made of. On the cover, there was a large character, sword. The way it was written was actually similar to Misty. However, this character revealed a swift and fierce killing intent. Oyu Peng looked at this character and casually opened the booklet. He flipped through the contents and placed it to one side. He narrowed his eyes and pondered. He didn't say anything and neither did he express any opinion. After a long time, Oyu Peng once again looked at the box and carefully observed it. Suddenly, his eyes flashed. He reached into the box and took out the compartment under the booklet, revealing 3 small bottles arranged side by side. This brocade box actually had 2 layers. The compartment for the booklet only took up a third of the box's height. Oyu Peng was even more careful as he took out a bottle. This bottle was actually carved out of jade. The bottle's mouth was sealed with an unknown object. On the bottle's surface, there were 3 words, "Qi-generating pill." Oyu Peng's heart burst with ecstasy. This qi-generating pill was something that only existed a few hundred years ago. It was used to increase one's internal force. Its formula had long been lost. According to the sect's ancient records, taking a qi-generating pill could increase one's power by 30 years. If he took one, then his power. Oyu Peng thought about it, and his hand unexpectedly trembled a little. He carefully put the bottle back into the box and took out another bottle. This bottle was exactly the same as the previous one, but on top of it was written, "Bone Strengthening Pill." Oyu Peng frowned a little. What was the use of this? Bone strengthening? There was no record of it in the sect's ancient records. However, to be able to be placed together with the qi-generating pill, it was certainly an extraordinary treasure. When there was time, he would ask the other 3 sects. Perhaps there would be records in their ancient records. He carefully put the bottle back. Soon after, Oyu Peng took out the last bottle. When he saw the 3 words on the bottle, Oyu Peng couldn't help but stand up. His eyes were wide open. Everyone in the discussion hall also immediately stood up. They didn't know what inconceivable thing the gang master had seen. Oyu Peng calmed his thoughts. Resisting his excitement, he sat back in his chair and waved his hand for everyone to sit back down. At this time, he was a little regretful. He regretted that he shouldn't have let Wen Wenhai and Xue Qing enter the secret room alone. These things were now placed in front of everyone. They couldn't not let them know. However, these things were too precious. It wasn't that he didn't trust everyone, but once the news was leaked out, it would bring about a sect annihilation disaster. Oyu Peng couldn't help but close his eyes and ponder. Everyone looked at the gang master's reaction strangely. He was startled, which was quite abnormal. When Oyu Peng finally made up his mind, he opened his eyes and immediately restored his original expression. He put the bottle back into the box and picked up the booklet again. He handed it to Zhong Chengyu and said, "Let your martial uncles take a look. You guys should also take a look." The booklet was passed around in everyone's hands. Oyu Peng said, "Chengyu, make a copy of this sword manual and give it to your 6th martial uncle. This sword manual will be placed in our sect's library pavilion and carefully preserved. Zhong Cheng Yu nodded in agreement. Then Oyu Peng said to Old Six, you are in charge of training the disciples. Find a few of them with good aptitude to cultivate this sword manual. In the future, our Misty School will have another sword manual. Old Six said, yes, Gangmaster. I will definitely do my best to bring this sword manual to greater heights. Oyu Peng nodded without saying anything. Then Oyu Peng said to everyone, what happened today, you must keep it a secret. It will be our Misty School's top secret. Especially what I will tell you later. I will inform Boss, Old 2, and Old 5. Everyone left and stood up, bowing in agreement. Then Oyu Peng told everyone the names of the pills in the first 2 bottles. Everyone's eyes were filled with envy. It was really good stuff. Only, they didn't know how many pills were in the bottles. Would they be able to get one? Finally, Oyu Peng said, there is another bottle. There is also a pill in it. It is the legendary life-prolonging pill. Only, I don't know if it is true. As soon as his voice fell, everyone's expression was indescribably strange. It must be said that the life-prolonging pill was different from the qi-generating pill. Everyone in Jianghu knew that it was a legendary panacea that could increase one's power. Everyone was eager to get one. It was also not like the bone-strengthening pill. Even the Misty School, which had a long history, didn't know what it was. The life-prolonging pill was not only known by Jianghu people, but also by ordinary people. It was a legend within legends. It was said that the life-prolonging pill could increase one's life by 10 years. But such a miraculous thing had been said for thousands of years, yet it had never appeared. In fact, smart people didn't even need to think to know how long a person's life was. No one knew if this life-prolonging pill could extend one's life by 10 years. If you took it, who knew if it really extended your life? Moreover, who would give such a miraculous medicine to someone who was about to die? Over time, everyone treated it as a joke. They treated it as leftover material compiled by storytellers. It was precisely this kind of senseless joke material that had suddenly appeared in the Misty School's conference hall's hall. Together with the qi-generating pill, this kind of Jianghu panacea, the same packaging. No matter who saw it, they also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was it real? Was it fake? However, everyone knew that regardless of whether it was real or fake, if it was known by the other famous sects, there would be no one who wouldn't covet it. This Misty School would never have a day of peace in the future. Extermination? That wasn't impossible. No wonder the faction leader was so serious. It seemed that this matter would end here. However, would the other 3 sects obtain the same thing? Everyone, including Oyu Peng, began to question this. Following that, Oyu Peng once again opened the package containing the medicinal ingredients. Once again, he was stunned. Hundreds of years old ginseng, 7 fields, shanjing, Chinese knotweed, he couldn't name many of them. He looked at this package, and his heart was really afraid. He had calculated everything, but he didn't expect that he would be able to obtain so many precious things this time. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have acted so reserved and mysterious. He would have directly acted himself. He also had to listen to Yang Mingjusha's instructions and play rock, paper, scissors. This time, he reckoned that old fellow didn't lack any benefit. Fortunately, Ahai and Chinga had returned safely. These things also didn't have any mistakes. Otherwise, it would be too late to regret. It was no wonder that Oyu Peng had so many thoughts. What he had seen just now were all legends. Perhaps it was just a rumor. Who knew if it was true or false? Moreover, the quantity was limited after all. But now, what was in front of him was the real thing. He could touch it with his hands. A few hundred-years-old ginseng, at a critical moment, it was a life. Coupled with other medicines, it would be even more effective. When he heard Ahai and others talk about it, he didn't care. He thought that Yang Mingjusha was exaggerating. Now, it seems that he should pay more attention to it. Moreover, there were still a lot of these medicines in the secret plane. He had to discuss it with several forces. Later, in the eyes of others, Ouyou Peng excitedly asked Zhong Chengyu to quickly inform the hall master and elders of the pharmacy hall to come to the conference hall. Chapter 20. While waiting for the pharmacy, Ouyou Peng helplessly picked up the last seemingly ordinary small box. His heart was filled with anticipation. In the short time it took to drink a cup of tea, he had seen a treasure that he had never seen before. He wondered what kind of treasure was in this box. Could it be something more magical than the life-prolonging pill? The box was cool to the touch and felt very heavy. Ouyou Peng placed it in front of his eyes and carefully observed it. The whole box was one piece. He didn't know what material it was made of. There seemed to be no trace of a lid. He didn't know where to open it. Ouyou Peng tried the four sides, pulling it up and pressing it down, but it didn't work. He couldn't bite it with his teeth, right? Ouyou Peng secretly laughed at himself. He put the box back on the table and then called everyone to come forward. Everyone looked around for a long time. Old 4 and Old 6 also came forward and tried several methods, but they didn't work. Zhong Chengyu frowned and said, "Master, do we need to use a key or something like that?" Old 6 rolled his eyes and said, "Marshal nephew, if you want to use a key, there should be a keyhole. This box doesn't have a lock, and there's no secret lock or something like that. How do we use it?" Zhong Chengyu blushed a little and stood there without refuting. Wen Wenhai and Xue Qing had seen this box before in the secret plane. Wen Wenhai had also tried to open it. At this time, seeing that his master and martial uncle couldn't open it, he didn't dare to propose a new idea. Instead, Xue Qing looked at the box that he won with scissors, paper, scissors, and was very interested. He even shook it in his ear to hear if there was any sound inside. Unfortunately, it didn't work. Just when everyone was at their wits' end, the pharmacy hall's hall master Bai Dong and elder He Yunpu arrived at the meeting hall. After greeting the sect master and everyone else, Zhong Chengyu led them to the square table where the medicine was placed. The reaction of these two people was even more unexpected. It wasn't that they were not surprised, but that they were too surprised. From the moment the two of them saw the items in the package, their eyes didn't seem to move at all. Their feet seemed to be rooted to the ground, unable to move even half a step. Their fingers pointed at the medicinal herbs, their arms were trembling, and the saliva in their mouths was flowing, almost dripping to the ground. After the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, the two of them finally came back to their senses. They didn't pay attention to the laughing expressions of the people who were admiring their embarrassing state, and said to themselves, "This is a 600-year-old ginseng, this is a 600-year-old field 7, this is a 400-year-old field spirit, this is 700 years old golden thread grass." That's right, it was exactly the same as what was recorded in the Codex of Herbs. What about this? Am I seeing things? 1,000-year-old dragon-slaying grass? How could this be? However, the roots are mostly cord-like and curved. The stems are erect and grow alone or in clumps. There are vertical fine lines, hairless or white fine hairs at the tip. There are many branches on the upper part. The leaves are dark green on the top and lighter on the bottom. The leaves at the base have a stalk and are oval-shaped. The edges are blunt or serrated. 100 years have silver teeth, and 1,000 years have gold teeth. This gold teeth. Heavens, I'm not dreaming, am I? Hall Master Bai said as he slapped his own face with all his strength. Then, he sucked in his own mouth from the pain. The other He Yunpu, elder He, also muttered the names of medicinal herbs that no one understood. His face was also filled with disbelief. In the end, he picked up a medicinal herb that was the size of a palm and said, "What is this?" "A cactus." Hall Master Bai said, "Nonsense. According to the Codex of Herbs, cactus have thorns. Did it prick your hand? That's fish hand grass." Elder He was also unhappy and said, "The Codex of Herbs says that fish hand grass is in the shape of 3 fingers. This one clearly has 4. Hall Master Bai looked carefully and also shook his head, saying, I don't know. And the remaining 4th and 5th grade medicinal herbs, I don't think I've seen them before. I just don't know if the Codex of Herbs has any records of them." Elder He also narrowed his eyes and thought carefully. He nodded in agreement, "I don't know." I've learned too little. I've learned too little. Oyu Peng interrupted in time, Hall Master by, Elder He. This sentence woke the two of them up. Only then did they realize that they were in the discussion hall and not the medicine hall where they usually discussed knowledge. They hurriedly cupped their hands to everyone. Seeing so many good medicinal herbs, I'm secretly delighted. I couldn't control myself. Please forgive me, Sect Master and everyone. Everyone returned the greeting and said it was fine. Oyu Peng said, "Two sirs, what are the value and effects of these medicinal herbs?" Elder He said, "I wonder where Sect Master obtained these rare medicinal herbs. This ginseng, tianqi, tianjing, Polygonum multiflorum, and other herbs are all common. It's just that the age of these medicinal herbs is truly shocking. 100-year-old is already extremely rare. Unexpectedly, the worst of these herbs are 300 years old. As for the golden thread grass, snake gall grass, and other herbs, they are good for treating external injuries. This snakebite grass, coral grass, and stonewind medicine are panaceas for treating internal injuries. The rest are all rare medicinal herbs. With the addition of other medicinal herbs, using the principle of a ruler and minister, and the principle of yin and yang to concoct medicine, it's certainly a rarely seen good thing." At this time, Hall Master Bai sobered up and hurriedly said, "Sect Master, the place where these things were discovered must be kept strictly confidential. Among them, the dragon beheading grass and peacock grass can be used to concoct medicine similar to the qi-generating pill. It's recorded in our Misty Sect's ancient records." These words caused everyone's ears to perk up. Oyu Peng said, "Does the ancient records record how to concoct the qi-generating pill?" Hall Master Bai said, "No, the formula for the qi-generating pill has long been lost. What's recorded in the ancient records are only a few similar pills. The effects are limited, and the required herbs are extremely rare." Oyu Peng said, "Hall Master Bai, take these medicinal herbs to the pharmacy hall to study and see what effects they have. Also, take a detailed look at the formula for those pills similar to the qi-generating pill. Be prepared." Perhaps, Oyu Peng hadn't finished speaking when Hall Master Bai had already understood tacitly. He immediately said, "I'll follow Sect Master's instructions." Then, together with Elder He carefully carried the package and left the conference hall. Oyu Peng also instructed Zhong Chengyu to deploy more people to the pharmacy hall to protect it. After Hall Master Bai and Elder He left, Oyu Peng sat back in his chair. His gaze fell on the small box on the table that he couldn't open no matter how hard he tried. After thinking about it, he still instructed Zhong Chengyu to call Hall Master Shi of the Divine Engineering Hall. The Divine Engineering Hall was the place where the Misty Sect refined weapons and concealed weapons. Hall Master Shi was the master of forging weapons in Pingyang City. Not long after, Shi Yukuan arrived at the conference hall. He observed the small box for a long time and used various methods, but he was similarly at a loss. However, he hesitated for a moment and asked Oyu Peng in a probing tone, "Sect Master, I think, why don't we let Shenyo come over and try?" Shenyo was a boorish fellow from the Misty Sect who practiced the strong King Kong hand. His martial arts weren't very good, but his strength was top-notch. In addition, he specialized in the strong King Kong hand. In terms of strength alone, he was the best in the sect. Shi Yukuan's words enlightened him. The box was only a container to store things. In order to obtain the things in the box, it was good to keep the box intact. If they couldn't keep the box and open it skillfully, then they could only use brute force to crack it. In the end, obtaining the things was the most important thing. Shenyo also arrived at the conference hall. He was a rather tall and muscular man. Standing, he was taller than everyone in the conference hall by a head. His entire body was filled with strong muscles. Looking at his honest and simple smiling face, Oyu Peng didn't say much. He just passed the small box to him and gave him an order, "Open it." Shenyo received the box and didn't say much. He used his two hands to pry the box open. The box didn't move at all. Then, Shenyo placed the box on the ground and took a deep breath. His two arms suddenly became much thicker, and his two fingers became thicker. Then, Shenyo shouted loudly. His eyes were fixed on the box, and he used his two hands to slap the box. There was a muffled sound as his two palm leaf fan-like hands slapped the box. The box didn't shatter as everyone expected. Instead, Shenyo slapped it flat into the conference hall's stone floor. Shenyo took out the box that was slapped into the stone floor. Looking at the perfectly intact box, he scratched his head and looked at the sect master with an innocent expression. He was very depressed. He thought to himself, what is this thing? After sending Shenyo away, Oyu Peng was also depressed. How should he deal with this box? Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He pulled out the sword hanging from his waist, but then he put it back in. The eyes of the remaining people in the conference hall also lit up. They knew that the sect master had thought of a good way to open the box. Zhong Chengyu didn't wait for Oyu Peng's orders. He said to Shi Yukuan, "Doesn't Hall Master Shi have a broken water? Why don't you give it a try?" Shi Yukuan glanced at Oyu Peng. Seeing that the sect master didn't have any objections, he said, "Sect master and everyone, please wait a moment. I'll be back soon." Not long after, Shi Yukuan came back with a simple scabbard. He said to Oyu Peng, "Sect master, let me try it first." Oyu Peng nodded in agreement. Shi Yukuan pulled out the sword from the scabbard. This sword wasn't as shiny as other swords. Instead, it had a dark surface. Occasionally, light would reflect off the surface of the sword. It was a bit dazzling, like black lightning. Shi Yukuan raised the sword and tried to cut at the corner of the box. The box didn't react. Then, he took a deep breath and raised the broken water again. He slashed at the corner of the box with all his strength. However, there wasn't the cracking sound that everyone expected. There wasn't even any sound. It was as if the sword had cut through cotton. The box was still there, undamaged. Oyu Peng glanced at Shi Yukuan, who was about to slash again, and said, "Give me the sword." Oyu Peng took the sword from Shi Yukuan and placed the box on the ground in the small groove that the stone cow had created. Then, he circulated his qi in his dantian. The color on his face kept changing. It wasn't until the 6th time that he stopped. Old 4 and Old 6 looked at him with envious eyes. They thought to themselves, Sect Master Senior Brother's ethereal divine art is so profound. He's already cultivated it to the 6th level. Oyu Peng raised his broken water and injected his Jin Qi into the blade. The entire blade was no longer as dark as it used to be. Under the infusion of the ethereal divine exercise, there were even some changes in color. Then, Oyu Peng shouted and chopped towards the box. Chapter 21. The saber in Oyu Peng's hand was like a bolt of black lightning, carrying the colors of the ethereal divine art as it shot towards the corner of the mysterious box. It was a pity that this bolt of lightning didn't come from the heavens. Broken water landed on the corner of the small box, and just like before, there was no sound. However, it was different this time. The box actually emitted a layer of light that no one could detect. It overflowed slightly, and the saber in Oyu Peng's hand actually bounced back. That saber actually shot towards Oyu Peng's face like before. The back of broken water was about to chop Oyu Peng's face. Although it wasn't the tip of the saber, Oyu Peng had no doubt that his head would be chopped in half if he was hit. Oyu Peng was indeed worthy of being called one of the top experts in the pugilistic world. As the head of the Misty School, at this critical moment, he crossed his legs and immediately used the secret technique of the Misty School, ethereal steps. The 5-colored bolt of black lightning flashed past Oyu Peng's forehead, and broken water shot into the stone pillar in the meeting hall. There was no loud sound, and broken water was deeply inserted, as if it was a piece of tofu. From the moment Oyu Peng raised the saber to the moment it left his hand and entered the stone pillar, it happened in the blink of an eye. No one seemed to be able to react. Looking at broken water in the stone pillar, they all had the same thought, what a fast saber. Unfortunately, Oyu Peng didn't think so at this time. He looked at the few strands of hair in front of him, which were cut off by broken water from his forehead. His body broke out in cold sweat. After roaming the pugilistic world for so many years, it wasn't that he hadn't encountered any thrilling situations, but there was no time as dangerous as this. Thank you to the founder of the Misty School, thank you to his master, thank you to the ethereal steps. Without them, he wouldn't be standing here now. When the rest of the people came to their senses and looked at their sect leader, Oyu Peng's ashen face had recovered a little of its color. He looked at the box on the ground with lingering fear. It was an ordinary box that had fallen to pieces. He said to Zhong Chengyu, keep this small box and put it in the library later. Since we can't open it, let's leave it for fate. Then, he waved his hand and asked Zhong Chengyu to pick up the small box from the ground. It must be said that Oyu Peng was indeed an ambitious and ruthless person in Jianghu. This person had a breadth of mind and stratagem that others could not compare to. If it were someone else, they might not have placed this box in the sect. They would have definitely kept it in a secret chamber and secretly pondered over the treasures inside to themselves. But as soon as he saw that things weren't going his way, he immediately let go and gave the opportunity to someone else in the gang. This kind of behavior immediately won everyone's praise. In fact, it was precisely this kind of demeanor or method that allowed him to stand out from his 6 fellow disciples, allowing him to be promoted to the position of gang leader by his master. He was also admired by his fellow disciples. In fact, everyone present knew very well that they had no way of opening the box. Perhaps the thousands of people in the gang did not have the ability to open it either. However, the gang leader's actions were very open and above board. If he went back and thought about it carefully, there might be hope. Afterwards, Oyu Peng and the others discussed the matter of the next gathering that Yang Mingjusha had mentioned. Everyone agreed that with such great benefits, the next gathering would definitely not be as simple as the first one. They should wait for the boss and the second brother to return to the gang before discussing it together. Oyu Peng thought for a moment and agreed. Since the matter had been settled, Oyu Peng waved his hand and dismissed everyone, leaving only Wen Wenhai and Xueqing behind. Everyone filed out. When they passed by the two, they looked at them with gratification and nodded at them. They knew that the gang leader had asked them to stay behind alone to prepare a reward for them. With such great gains this time, it seemed that the 2 juniors would also receive a good reward. Everyone left the meeting hall. Zhong Chengyu and Old Four went to the library together. The sword manual was naturally placed on the bookshelf. Zhong Chengyu was troubled as to where to place the small box. There was no doubt that the box was very precious, but if it was of little value, it might not be able to achieve the gang leader's goal. In the end, Old Four pointed to the square table next to the bookshelf and said, "Marshal nephew, why don't you put it there first? We'll ask your master later." Zhong Chengyu felt that this was the only way for now. He casually placed the box on the table. In any case, there was a record of everything that went in and out of the library, so there was no need to worry about losing it. Even if he lost it, how many people in the world would be able to open it? Zhong Chengyu and Old Four left with peace of mind. The mysterious box settled down in the Misty School's library, quietly waiting for the fated person. In the assembly hall, Oyu Peng waited for everyone to leave before he opened his mouth. At this time, his face had already changed into his usual warm smile. "Ah hi, Ching you've done really well this time. What reward do you want?" When Wenhai stepped forward and said, "Master, there are still 2 things that I haven't reported. I'll tell you about them now." Oyu Peng nodded in agreement. Then, when Wenhai told Oyu Peng about what Yang Mingjusha had said in the secret plane, the treasures obtained by the disciples who carried out the task should belong to them. After listening, Oyu Peng's expression did not change. He asked with a smile, "What treasures did you get?" When Wenhai and Xueqing came forward and put the 3 herbs they got from the secret plane in front of Oyu Peng. "We didn't find any pills or weapons. Yang Mingjusha let us each pick 3 herbs from the herb garden for ourselves." Oyu Peng said with a smile, "This Yang Mingjusha is a wonderful person. He wanted to get more treasures and actually came up with this method to give a lot of benefits to our disciples. How can we object?" When Wenhai and Xueqing were stunned when they heard this. They hurriedly asked, "Was there no such agreement?" Then, "This herb." Oyu Peng said, "It doesn't matter. Since Yang Mingjusha said so and gave the benefits to you, as a master, I can't help but do you a favor. You can take these things. There are still many things in the secret plane. You just have to go first." When Wenhai and Xueqing were relieved. Although there were many herbs in the secret plane, how many could be distributed to disciples like them? Moreover, they immediately understood the idea of Yangming Jusha. Although the treasures in the secret plane had been distributed in advance, if other treasures were to be obtained by the disciples by chance, with Yangming Jusha's martial arts and experience, he would have much more opportunities than the disciples of the various sects. Immediately, Oyu Peng said, "You take these herbs to the pharmacy hall and ask Hall Master Bai to refine more pills for you. It's better than taking these herbs alone. Otherwise, if there is a problem, wouldn't it be a waste of a good opportunity?" Wen Wenhai and Xueqing nodded in agreement. Oyu Peng took pity on these two disciples and said, "You brought back such a big harvest to the sect this time. It's impossible not to reward you. What reward do you want?" Wen Wenhai and Xueqing looked at each other. In fact, they had never thought that this task would be so dangerous and so fruitful. They just treated it as a very ordinary task and didn't think of any reward in advance. Not to mention them, this task was unexpected. Oyu Peng didn't expect it, so he couldn't think of a good reward for the time being. This was why he asked his disciples twice. Xueqing said, "Master, we didn't think too much about it. It was all thanks to Master's strategy that we were able to complete this mission well. Moreover, we also gained a lot of benefits, so we don't need any rewards from the sect." Oyu Peng looked at his two disciples with gratification and said, "Very good. Let's do it this way. This reward will be recorded for the time being. When Master or you have a good idea, it won't be too late to reward." Wen Wenhai and Xueqing both agreed with a smile. Oyu Peng asked again, "There's one more thing?" Xueqing went forward and knelt down and said, "Master, it's like this." Then he told him about how he left the sect's token to Zhong Cai's family. Oyu Peng said, "You two did very well. Fighting with a sword in the Jianghu, you naturally have to get rid of violence and protect the good. For you to be so considerate of ordinary people, Master should praise you. Zhong Cai's family was able to stand out in a time of crisis. It's enough to show that they are virtuous. You don't have to worry about the token being used for other purposes. I agree with Qing'er's way of doing things. It's related to your childhood. How could Master punish you? Get up, Qing'er." Only then did Xueqing get up. Then Oyu Peng said, "Hi, Qing'er, you two are tired. Go back and have a good rest. Prepare for the advancement test in a few days. If you have any problems with cultivation, ask Master in time." Wen Wenhai and Xueqing bowed and left. When they walked to the door of the meeting hall, Oyu Peng suddenly called out to them and asked, "Sichu Ping of the evil tiger gang also entered the secret plane. Did she also take 3 kinds of herbs like you two?" Wen Wenhai and Xueqing looked at each other and replied, "Yes, but we left first. I don't know how they dealt with it." Oyu Peng nodded and didn't say anything. His face was full of contemplation. Sichu Ping of the evil tiger gang wasn't in a good mood like Wen Wenhai and Xueqing. She was sitting in the meeting hall of Wn Jian Peak and looked at Wn Jian Peak's sword master Wn Chengjiu with an expression of disbelief. She asked again unwillingly, "Is there really no such agreement?" Wn Jian Peak's Wn Chengjiu was a short and strong man with a dark face. He said with a fake smile, "Leader Sichu, do I have to lie to you about this kind of thing? Xiong Yang, give all the herbs you picked from the secret plane to your martial uncle Cheng. Give them to him to refine into medicine like before." Ma Xiangyang lowered his eyebrows and said obediently, "Yes, Master." Then, Wn Chengjiu said, "Leader Sichu, the herbs you picked will also be given to my Wn Jian Peak to refine. After the medicine is refined, I will give you the priority of giving you the corresponding pills." Sichu Ping didn't want to hand over the herbs at this time, but the situation was better than her. She thought for a while, gritted her teeth, and gave her herbs to Ma Xiangyang. She was really not interested in Wn Chengjiu's promise. How could sharing pills with others be better than monopolizing them? Ma Xiangyang was Wn Chengjiu's disciple. Who knew if the herbs he handed over would be taken back by him in a while? Forget it, forget it. Sichu Ping shook her head and tried to expel the thoughts she shouldn't think about from her mind. At this time, Wn Chengjiu said, "Leader Sichu, you've done such a big thing for my sect. My sect should also repay you. What do you think of my Wan Gen Peak's power? Chapter 22. Sichu Ping replied, compared to a small gang like our evil tiger gang, the difference is like night and day. Wn Chungjiu said, then how about I have my sect's elder Yun Feng take you in as a disciple? We'll be a family, and the evil tiger gang and Wn Gen Peak will be harmonious. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Sichu Ping's face was filled with joy, but her heart was filled with bitterness. If she had this kind of opportunity in the past, she would naturally be overjoyed and agree without hesitation. But now, she was thinking even more. She had gotten involved in the extremely confidential affairs of the Myriad Sword Peak, so the Myriad Sword Peak naturally could not allow her to easily leak the news. However, Wn Chungjiu had brazenly snatched away the treasure in her hands, causing her to be extremely disheartened. And if she was accepted into the sect, then the evil tiger gang would naturally belong to Wan Gen Peak. Although the evil tiger gang was not big, it was still something that belonged to her. Now that it was given to someone else, it was inevitable that she would feel resentful. However, Wn Chungjiu's following words made her feel much more at ease. Clan leader Sichu, if you join my sect and make a great contribution this time, you can find a suitable high-level cultivation method from my sect's ancient records to cultivate. You will definitely be able to reach a higher level of enlightenment and squeeze into the ranks of Jianghu's experts. Sichu Ping weighed the pros and cons in her heart for a moment before kneeling down gracefully and kowtowing to Wn Chungjiu. Greetings to sect leader, sword master martial uncle. Wn Chungjiu chuckled as he helped her up. Good martial nephew, get up for now. In a few days, we'll pick an auspicious day for you to officially become Elder Yun's disciple. Come over, Xiangyang, greet your senior sister Sichu. Ma Xiangyang obeyed and stepped forward, bowing. Greetings to senior sister. Sichu Ping also returned the greeting. Greetings to junior brother. In Wan Gen Peak's meeting hall, the atmosphere was harmonious and everything was calm. Not to mention the foul winds and bloody rain of Jianghu, the Zhong family's small courtyard in the Guozhuang house was filled with endless warmth. The afternoon sun was so bright that even though it was winter, it made the sun even warmer. In the small courtyard of the Zhong clan, Zhong Cai led the group to bask in the sun. The slack days in winter were the favorite days of farmers. They didn't have to get up early to work. The women around the stove could also chat with their men. Looking at the lazy look of the family, Guo Sufei was extremely satisfied, especially when there was Liu Qian, who was doing needlework beside her. Liu Qian came to the Zhong family a few days ago. Guo Sufei didn't expect Liu Qian to come so soon. She thought that she would wait until the spring plowing season was over. Yesterday afternoon, when Liu Qian came, Guo Sufei was busy preparing food for the injured people in the house. Once Liu Qian entered the house, she greeted Butcher Liu and helped Guo Sufei. She left Butcher Liu, who had sent her here, to talk to Zhong Cai. This made Guo Sufei feel a lot more relaxed. Many of the household chores became orderly. Liu Qian also brought pork belly for Zhong Xiaohua and a lot of snacks for her grandmother. Both of them were full of smiles. Although her grandmother couldn't see, she held Liu Qian's hand and praised her. Liu Qian's face turned red. Liu Yeye didn't come. Butcher Liu awkwardly explained that he was busy at home, and since Liu Qian came, Liu Qian needed someone to take care of her. Of course, Zhong Cai and Guo Sufei didn't mind. They comforted Butcher Liu and said, the family is busy, and we can't do without anyone. The child has her own things to do. It's good that you're considerate. Only then did Butcher Liu's awkwardness disappear. However, Butcher Liu's awkwardness stopped at lunch. When Zhong Xiaohua came back from getting wine, Butcher Liu pulled Zhong Cai to drink and put the matter at the back of his mind. When Butcher Liu left after eating and drinking, he kept reminding Liu Qian and asking Guo Sufei's family to take care of Liu Qian. Guo Sufei thought, do I need you to tell me that? If we don't take good care of her, how can we let her stay? After Liu Qian came, not only did Guo Sufei feel relaxed and not in a hurry, the other family members also felt the changes in the house. Not to mention the small changes in the house and courtyard, not to mention the different cooking methods in the morning and evening, which increased their appetite. Just the addition of such a beautiful girl to the big family was enough to make them happy. Although a day didn't mean much, this beginning let the Zhong family smell the sweet taste of life. The Misty School's secret medicine was indeed effective. In just a few days, Zhong Xiaohu's bones and internal organs still hurt a little. His external injuries had basically scabbed. Zhong Cai still needed crutches, but his external injuries were the same as little tigers. Needless to say, Zhong Xiaohua was already running around energetically. Every day, she would hold a wooden stick and dance around. She seemed to be practicing martial arts, but looking at her unorganized appearance, it was just wild fox zen. The most miserable Zhong Xiaolong was now the happiest. His internal and external injuries were more serious than the others. At this moment, there was only a little improvement. Needless to say, his arm was fixed for only a few days. There was still a long time before the next change of dressing. What made Zhong Xiaohu and Zhong Xiaohua envious was that every time Zhong Xiaolong had something to do, such as eating, Liu Qian would feed him. Although Guo Sufei and Zhong Xiaohua used to feed him, since Liu Qian came, the two of them stood aside. The first time Zhong Xiaolong and Liu Qian fed him, Zhong Xiaolong and Liu Qian both blushed and were very unnatural. When they finished eating, the food was cold. However, Liu Qian quickly got into the role and was generous. Zhong Xiaolong looked at Liu Qian's appearance. She probably served his father and brother at home. Since the girl was so generous, he didn't need to be too reserved, so the two quickly became familiar with each other. Farmers had their own simplicity and masculinity. Although Zhong Xiaolong didn't read many books, didn't know many words, and his appearance was ordinary, his inherent temperament and steady behavior deeply attracted Liu Qian. Liu Qian admired him. She deeply felt that this Zhong Xiaolong was a piece of unpolished jade. He was born in this poor family and was unpolished. It was really God's will for her to meet such a person. Zhong Xiaolong was even more so. The beautiful and pleasant Liu Qian not only had the simplicity and practicality of a farmer, but also the knowledge and propriety of a pretty girl from a humble family. Zhong Xiaolong adored her from the way she handled the household chores to the way she conducted herself with elegance. He had never thought that such an excellent girl would appear in the countryside where he had lived for so many years. At this moment, he felt that he was living in heaven. He couldn't wait to recover from his injury for 1,000 years and watch the girl who had been engraved in his heart grow old with him. In short, Zhong Xiaolong and Liu Qian were a couple in love. They were attracted together like magnets. Zhong Cai and Guo Sufei saw it in their eyes and thought about it in their hearts. Although his son had the physique, Liu Qian was from a scholarly family after all. Her vision was naturally different from that of ordinary farmers. His son was illiterate, so how could he compare with the thousands of books in Liu Qian's heart? Moreover, although Mr. Liu's family lived in the countryside, his family was also well off. According to Zhong Xiaohua's description, the life of his family was far from what their family could compare. Even if the girl was willing, her father and brother at home wouldn't agree to it. This was really difficult. How could they probe the girl's mind? As a matter of fact, although the afternoon sun made people sleepy, Guo Sufei muttered in her heart while doing needlework. How could she beat around the bush to find out the girl's mind without leaving any traces? At this moment, Grandma said, "Sufei, I remember that Xiaolong is 19 years old this year, right?" Guo Sufei replied, "Yes, mother. After the new year, he will be 20 years old." Grandma asked again, "Some time ago, I heard that you were looking for a wife for Xiaolong. Why haven't there been any news recently?" When Guo Sufei heard this, her heart was happy. She was just about to doze off when someone sent her a pillow. Her own mother's eyes were really blind, but her heart was very clear. She quickly continued, "It's like this, mother. Before the new year, Zhong Cai and I had this idea. We searched through all the girls in the neighboring villages. In the end, we were willing, but they weren't willing. They were willing, but we didn't think they were suitable. Before we could find a suitable one for Xiaolong, this happened during the new year. We were no longer in the mood. When the weather is hot and Xiaolong's injury is healed, we will look for a good wife that can satisfy our family." After saying this, she didn't look at Zhong Xiaolong's sad eyes. She pretended not to care and said, while Chen, this female scholar, is still in our family, help us take a look and check. What kind of person was Liu Chen? Liu Chen's exquisite heart acupoint had already heard Guo Sufei's words. Her face turned red, but she didn't know how to respond. She lowered her head and didn't say anything. Grandma didn't intend to let it go and said, "Then you have to hurry up and look for a wife based on Chen's appearance." These few days, Chen took care of Xiaolong, and even this old woman benefited from it. This child has a good heart and is careful. It's just that I can't see it. Sufei, if you find me a wife who is not as good as Chen, I won't be willing. Sigh, these words were too blunt. Liu Chen's face was hot. She couldn't help but get up and ran into the house. On the other side, Zhong Xiaolong was anxious. His face was red as he said, "Grandma, mother, look at what you are saying, you made her run away." His eyes looked into the house and showed his worry. If it wasn't for his injuries, he would have chased after them. Only Zhong Xiaohua was sitting on her small stool. She looked at her grandmother who couldn't see. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. A few days ago, she had just told her grandmother about the matter between her elder brother and elder sister Liu Chen. Now, her grandmother cleverly said it. It seemed that this sister-in-law had a chance. In fact, Guo Sufei was also very strange at this time. Her mother was very calm. Today, she mentioned this matter. Although she could find out what the girl's mind was, after all, it was too rash. It wasn't like her mother's usual style. According to her original plan, she would wait for 10 days to half a month before taking a good look. Chapter 23. Liu Chen hid in the small house with a red face. There was a trace of sweetness and a trace of anger in her heart. The sweetness was that her thoughts were guessed by others. Presumably, her sweetheart also knew. The anger was that she had only been at home for a few days. To speak like this, they were looking down on her too much. Although Liu Chen's face was burning and her heart was a trace of anger, she was also a little confused. After these few days of contact, her grandmother was a very reasonable person. How could she embarrass her in front of her face like this? However, that was not necessarily the case. The elderly were old and it was inevitable that her heart was confused. She could understand, but how could she go out and meet them now? The people outside were also the same. Looking at the smiling grandmother, Zhong Xiaolong was very speechless. There was no other way. It was not suitable for him to go in at this time. Guo Sufei thought about it and pinched Zhong Xiaohua's ear and said, "It's all because of you. Go and call Liu Chen out." Zhong Xiaohua rubbed her ear and scratched her head. She muttered, "What does it have to do with me?" Guo Sufei smiled and pushed her and said, "If you didn't tell your grandmother about your brother and Liu Chen, how would your grandmother know?" Zhong Xiaohua said, "So you know." After that, she had to get up and walk into the house. As she walked, she thought about what to do. Liu Chen was in the house with a burning face. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua come in, Zhong Xiaohua happily ran in front of Liu Chen. She held Liu Chen's hand and said, "Sister Liu, it's boring to stay at home. Come with me to see my farmland and the well we dug." Liu Chen said, "Okay, I heard from your brother that you opened the land yourself. I've always wanted to see it. Let's go, we'll go today." After that, Liu Chen took Zhong Xiaohua's hand and walked out of the house. Zhong Xiaohua followed behind Liu Chen. As soon as she walked out of the house, she shouted, "Father, Mother, I'll take Sister Liu to see my land on the hillside. We'll be back in a while." Guo Sufei said, "Then you guys go and come back early. You're in a hurry to come back for dinner. Xiaohua, protect your sister well." Zhong Xiaohua giggled and said, "No problem, Nyang Qin." Liu Chen walked in front of Guo Sufei and said in a low voice, "Auntie, I'll go out then." Guo Sufei smiled and said, "Come back early." Thus, Liu Chen and Zhong Xiaohua walked out of the Zhong family's small courtyard. Walking on the path of the Guozhuang house, from time to time, there were familiar villagers who came to greet them. The village was not big. If there was a small matter in any family, they would immediately know. Moreover, the Zhong family, which had always been low-key, suddenly had a beautiful girl. The neighbor who went to Balagu with Zhong Xiaohua had already been told by Zhong Cai not to say anything about Liu Qian. They only said that the children of their relatives came to stay for a period of time to take care of the sick and injured family. Of course, Zhong Cai was sick. Xiaolong and Xiaohu were naughty and injured. Although they were past the naughty season, it was common for people in the mountains to be injured. Everyone did not suspect anything else. It was no wonder that Zhong Cai was so careful. The lesson in the neighboring village was an example. It was better not to be too ostentatious. Although it was reasonable to say that she was a relative, in the eyes of the villagers, it was very thought-provoking. A girl who was prettier than all the other girls in the village came to serve Zhong Xiaolong. All of this could only mean that everyone knew a secret. It was just that no one said it out loud. Looking at Liu Qian, the way they greeted Liu Qian was ambiguous. Originally, Liu Qian came out to escape the awkwardness. In the end, the small path in the village was even more awkward. Fortunately, the path was not too long. Soon, they reached the small bridge. Liu Qian liked the stream very much. She liked the stream to flow further and further away. She asked Zhong Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, when you went to Balagu, did you see the stream in our village?" Zhong Xiaohua scratched her head and said, "I didn't pay attention. At that time, I was thinking about how to find your house. I didn't have the heart to look at anything else." Liu Qian smiled and said, "The river in Balagu is much bigger than the one in your village. There is also a lot of land by the river. Even my family has a medium-sized piece of land by the river. It's a pity that no one in my family cultivates it, so we rented it to someone else." Zhong Xiaohua said, "It's a pity. If my family had this piece of land, we wouldn't have to open up a wasteland on the slope." As they spoke, they crossed the bridge. A winding path led up the slope. It was not a real path. As the saying goes, there are many people walking on it. This path appeared on the flat ground of the slope. Liu Qian walked lightly on this path. Her elegant demeanor was like a dancing musical note. Zhong Xiaohua could not help but praise, "Sister Liu, you walk so beautifully." Liu Qian smiled and replied, "You little rascal, why aren't you walking?" Under the winter sun, the slope was filled with a rare warmth. Along the way, the two of them did not feel cold or bleak. Instead, there was the smell of spring. The newly opened farmland on the slope was lying there alone. Its owner had not come to see it for a long time. It was still the same. Liu Qian looked and said in surprise, "Xiaohua, did you open this by yourself? It's a huge piece of land." Zhong Xiaohua raised her head and said proudly, "That's right, Sister Liu. It was all done by me. Big brother and second brother also helped a little." Liu Qian praised her, "You're really not simple. You're an amazing child." Then, she naturally saw the huge stone that looked like a bed under the tree. She asked in surprise, "This kind of stone is rare. It's so neat. It's actually so big. It's also rare to see it in the mountains where we come from." Zhong Xiaohua asked Liu Qian, "Sister Liu, can you guess where this stone came from?" Liu Qian smiled and said, "How can I guess? Could it be that you dug it out when you were reclaiming the land? Could it be that you even carried it from the river?" Liu Qian walked to the big stone and sat down. Holding the stone with her hand, she realized that the stone was not like what she had imagined. It was still somewhat warm. If not for the ugly color of the stone, she might have thought that it was a big piece of jade. She thought in her heart, "Strange." Zhong Xiaohua did not pay attention to the details of the stone. When she brought it up, she was so tired and sweaty. Who knew if it was warm or not? Moreover, she had just left it there and did not seem to notice it. Even when she sat on it, she thought that it was because of the sun. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Since sister can't guess it, let me show you something." Then, she led Liu Qian down the hill and walked to the well at the foot of the hill. Liu Qian looked at the huge well and could not help but laugh. It seemed that the stone was dug out from here. She had never seen a well with such a big hole. Zhong Xiaohua said, "Sister, that stone was dug out from this well. At that time, it took a lot of effort and the well was almost not dug out. Then, she used the tools beside the well to get some water from the well and handed it to Liu Qian, saying, 'Sister, try it. The water is really good. It's sweeter than the water in the river. Liu Qian took it and took a small sip. She raised her eyebrows. Xiaohua was right. The water was really sweet. It was much better than the spring water she used to get from the hill. If she used it to make tea, her father would definitely like it. Thinking of this, she laughed in her heart. If her father knew, he would definitely stay in the Zhong family and not leave. Every day, he would get fresh spring water to make tea. At the very least, he would bring a few buckets home. Liu Qian asked again, "Is the spring water here so good?" Zhong Xiaohua shook her head and said, "No, the spring water on the hill is not so sweet." Liu Qian said, "Is it because of the well at the bottom of the hill?" Zhong Xiaohua shook her head again and said, "The village next door also dug a well on the south slope. I don't know if it's good or not, but no one cares about it." Liu Qian asked curiously, "Why?" Zhong Xiaohua told her what happened at Mr. Wu's house in the neighboring village. Liu Qian listened with a sad expression. After a while, Liu Qian looked at the sunset on the hill and said, "Xiaohua, get some water. We'll go back and make tea tonight." Zhong Xiaohua happily said, "Is it the one I drank at your house? Isn't it very bitter? I've tasted the one at old Guo's house in the east of the village. It's too bitter." Liu Qian said, "I didn't see the tea you drank, but it should be it. I brought some this time and didn't take it out. Let's try it today." Zhong Xiaohua energetically fetched a bucket of water from the well and carried it up the hill behind Liu Qian. They walked back home. As they walked, Liu Qian asked, "Xiaohua, why do you think that Mr. Wu from the neighboring village had such good luck?" Zhong Xiaohua thought for a while and said, "He got something good and bad people found out. He didn't have the ability to hold on to it." Liu Qian seriously said to Zhong Xiaohua, "Yes, Xiaohua. You have to remember, an ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring is a crime." Zhong Xiaohua didn't understand and said, "Sister, what does this mean?" Liu Qian said, "The meaning of this sentence is that if a person is living a good life and has beautiful jade or good things in his possession, he will attract disaster. Xiaohua, you're still young and maybe you don't understand. In fact, the most unpredictable thing in the world is human nature. It's hard to guarantee that someone won't covet your jade. Mr. Wu's mistake is that although he dug out the treasure, if other people found out, those covetous people would come to snatch it. If no one saw when he dug it out, others wouldn't know that he had a treasure and naturally wouldn't come to snatch it." Then, Liu Qian jokingly said, "In the future, if Xiaohua has any rare treasures, you have to keep it a secret. Don't let others know. Only in this way can it be your own treasure." Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "I will, sister. In the future, if I have a treasure, I won't tell anyone but you, okay?" Liu Qian said, "No, you tell me a secret and you think it's okay if I'm the only one who knows. But I might inadvertently tell another person. I also think it's okay to tell one person, and if another person also thinks so, don't you think that many people will know?" Zhong Xiaohua nodded and said, "Yes, sister, you're right. People will know if it's passed on." Zhong Xiaohua said again, "Then, sister, what if the one who dug out the treasure is Hero Wen? Will it be okay?" Liu Qian said, "Then the situation will be different." Zhong Xiaohua asked curiously, "What's the difference?" Chapter 24. Liu Qian continued to explain, "When Mr. Wu obtains the treasure, he is powerless and does not have the ability to protect it. That kind of situation is called being a fish on the chopping block. He has no power to fight back and can only bow his head and be captured. On the other hand, Grand Hero Wen was highly skilled in martial arts and had the strength to protect his treasures. Naturally, this depended on the opponent's ability. If the opponent was stronger than Grand Hero Wen, Grand Hero Wen's treasures would be snatched away, but Grand Hero Wen would not necessarily lose his life. If the opponent is weaker than Hero Wen, of course they will not be able to snatch away the treasure. In addition, this also depends on the value of the treasure. After all, there is always someone better than you. If the treasure's value is too great, there will always be someone who can restrain you and snatch it away." Zhong Xiaohua excitedly said, "Sister, that is to say, knowing martial arts is always better than not knowing martial arts. You will have the ability to protect your treasure, and the stronger your martial arts, the more precious the treasure you can protect. Liu Qian smiled and said, yes. Xiaohua is right. Zhong Xiaohua continued, if I know martial arts, last time when we went to the market, father, eldest brother, and second brother would not have been injured. Sister would also not have been bullied. Liu Qian heard this and her expression was somewhat gloomy, but how can martial arts be so easy to learn? Zhong Xiaohua optimistically said, don't worry sister, I will definitely learn martial arts to protect you. Liu Qian was also happy and said, good, then we will rely on Hero Zhong's protection in the future. Then she continued, sometimes, martial arts are like treasures. You can't tell all your secrets to others. It is necessary to leave some for last to protect your life. Zhong Xiaohua thoughtfully thought for a while and said, sister is really amazing, how do you know so much? Liu Qian said, these are all written in books. Once you read more, you will naturally understand. Little Blossom can read more books in the future and will know more. Moreover, what is the use of knowing more? In the face of absolute power, everything is just paper. Perhaps Liu Qian didn't care. She told Zhong Xiaohua what she had read in the book and what she had seen during this period. Zhong Xiaohua didn't care. She just listened. However, these views deeply affected Zhong Xiaohua in the future. While they were talking, the two of them had already arrived at the door of the Zhong family's small courtyard. At this time, the sun had already set, and the last trace of afterglow struggled to be swallowed up by the darkness. A cold wind blew, and looking over the wall, Zhong Xiaohua's family had already returned to their rooms. Zhong Xiaohua secretly laughed in her heart. The task of the afternoon had finally been completed. She said, elder sister, you've read so many books. In the future, you have to tell me more about them. You also have to teach my eldest brother how to read and write. Otherwise, you will have nothing to say. Liu Qian casually replied, okay, leave it to me. Then, he felt that his words sounded a little awkward. This Lil Blossom was quite scheming. However, she continued to think, this wall is too low. If there is any movement in the courtyard, it can be seen from the outside. When I have time, I have to make it higher. However, she was completely unaware that she already had the awareness of a housewife. The small house at home was still warm. Zhong Cai, Zhong Xiaolong, and Zhong Xiaohu were talking on the kang. Since Liu Qian came, the grandfather and son had squeezed together. Guo Sufei was already busy preparing dinner. Zhong Xiaohua carried the bucket of water into the courtyard. Her mother, who was in front of the stove, saw it. She asked Xiaohua, why did you bring back the bucket by the well? Zhong Xiaohua said, Mother, this is the well water. Elder sister Liu said that she brought the tea from home and used this well water to drink. Guo Sufei said, what's so good about tea? It's so bitter. It's not as good as plain water. Zhong Xiaohua said with a smile, Mother, that's because you haven't drunk good tea. Do you think that all tea tastes the same as the tea from old Guo's house at the entrance of the village? The tea I drank last time at elder sister Liu's house was very good. Liu Qian also said, Aunt, you'll know when you taste it. Guo Sufei saw that Liu Qian said, so she also said with a smile, okay, since Qian said it's good, then we'll share the glory and taste it. Then, Liu Qian filled a pot with well water and put it on the fire to boil. The three people in the inner room heard Zhong Xiaohua's words and also stood up to see if there was anything they could help with. Soon the water boiled. The Zhong family didn't have a teapot, so Liu Qian had to put a few tea leaves into the bowl and boil it with water. Zhong Cai and the others looked at the freshly brewed light green tea. Smelling the faint fragrance of the tea, they couldn't help but be puzzled. Is this still tea? Why is it so fragrant? Everyone endured the heat and tasted the tea. In a few mouthfuls, they finished a bowl of tea and wanted to drink more. Liu Qian said, if you drink too much tea, you won't be able to sleep well at night. If you want to drink more, drink some after dinner. Everyone naturally listened to the expert. Liu Qian was very attentive and brought a small bowl of tea to her grandmother for her to taste. Dinner was still simple tea. Well, wrong. Today's tea was good tea. Everyone in the Zhong family drank it happily. At night, except for Grandma, Liu Qian, and Zhong Xiaohua, everyone couldn't sleep. Grandma and Liu Qian didn't drink much. Although Zhong Xiaohua drank the most, he counted sheep like everyone else before midnight. After midnight, he immediately turned over and fell asleep, full of flickering dreams. After dinner, Guo Sufei cleaned up the dishes and boiled the well water for the family to drink. She held a small bowl of tea and went to Grandma's house. As soon as she entered the house, Grandma heard her and asked, "Sufei?" She replied, "Yes, Mother. I'll bring you a bowl of tea that Liu Qian brought." Grandma said, "Didn't you drink it before dinner?" Qian Qian said that you can't drink too much at night. Guo Sufei said, "I know, Mother. I came here for something else." Grandma was puzzled. "What's the matter? Why are you being so mysterious?" Guo Sufei said, "Mother, what do you think of Liu Qian? Why did you say it so directly in front of her this afternoon?" Grandma said, Sufei, I just think that Liu Qian is too good. She's good at doing housework and is well educated. I heard from Xiaohua that she's also very good looking and has good family conditions. Our family's Xiaolong doesn't deserve her." Guo Sufei sighed, "Yes, Mother. I think so too. However, I feel that she is very satisfied with Xiaolong. It's just that I haven't found a chance to ask in detail. You said this in the afternoon and I don't know how to ask again." Grandma said, "Qian Qian is one thing. We also have to look at her family's opinion. I heard from Xiaohua that her family is educated and not good at farming. Her uncle is also a butcher. It seems that it's hard to communicate with us farmers. Moreover, their family is not as poor as ours. It's really hard to say." Guo Sufei said quietly, "I just feel that it's hard to talk to her family. That's why I want Qian Qian and Xiaolong to be together more. After a long time, when they have feelings for each other, it may be good for us." Grandma was silent for a while. She sighed deeply and said, "Sufei, it's not that I don't know what you mean. However, I feel that my body is getting worse and worse. Many times at night, I've dreamed that your father came to find me and asked me to go down to accompany him. I feel that I don't have much time left. That's why I said this in the afternoon. I really want to see my grandson get married and even see us 4 generations live under the same roof." Before her voice fell, Guo Sufei's tears flowed out. She was a little choked with sobs. Wiping her tears, she said, "Mother, don't think too much. I reckon that you were just thinking of father, so you had the dream. There's nothing wrong with your body, so you'll definitely be able to see your great-grandson." Grandma stroked Guo Sufei's hair and said kindly, "Sufei, I know my own body. I've lived for so long and I've watched you grow up. I've watched you get married and have children. I've also watched Xiaolong, Xiaohu, and Xiaohua grow up. I'm already very satisfied. What I said in the afternoon was also on a whim. She's only been here for a few days and it's indeed inappropriate to mention this matter. If you guys treat her well, who knows, she might get together with our Xiaolong. That would be Xiaolong's fortune and our family's fortune." Guo Sufei said a few more words to Grandma before she got up and went out. She picked up the cold tea and tried it with her mouth. It was no longer drinkable. She had no choice but to splash it in the courtyard. She turned back to look at her mother's shadow in the dark room. Her heart was filled with bitterness and tears flowed down her cheeks again. She was very clear in her heart that ever since she had children, her entire body and mind had been placed on Zhong Cai and the other children. She rarely cared about or thought about her own mother. She always felt that she was under her mother's big tree and that she could rely on her mother. Now that she heard her mother's words, she realized that she had neglected too much and given too little to her mother. Everything was precious only when it was lost. Often, the ordinary things by one's side should be treasured even more. Now, whether it was regret or disappointment, she always felt empty in her heart. Some things were breaking and she couldn't grasp them with her hands. Guo Sufei walked into the central room absent-mindedly. Liu Qian was doing needlework under the light. She looked up and saw that Guo Sufei's expression was strange. She quickly got up and took the empty bowl in her hand. She asked, "Aunt, what's the matter?" Guo Sufei forced a smile and said, "It's nothing. I'm a little tired." Then, she went to Zhong Cai's hut to take a look. Liu Qian saw that she didn't say anything, so she sat down again. She worked while looking at Guo Sufei. Several men in the hut were drinking tea while doing farm work. There was also a man lying down to recuperate. Guo Sufei didn't say much. She just said, "When you're done, go to bed early. Xiaohua, take care of your grandmother at night." Everyone responded, "Okay." They didn't look up. Guo Sufei didn't care. She lowered her head and went straight back to her hut. She didn't do needlework in the central room. Liu Qian was even more surprised. She didn't know what happened over there. Since Guo Sufei didn't say anything, she couldn't force her to ask. When it was late at night, everyone cleaned up and went to bed. Liu Qian returned to her hut. The light in the hut was still on. Guo Sufei had already fallen asleep. Liu Qian blew out the oil lamp and lay down. Chapter 25. Liu Qian laid down with her clothes on. She could not fall asleep in the dark. Usually, it was Guo Sufei who tidied up the house and was the last one to go to sleep. Tonight, she lay on the kang early and did not get up to settle the others down. The other men did not notice these details, but Liu Qian took it to heart. Especially when she saw the strange expression on her grandmother's face after returning to the house, it made Liu Qian even more suspicious. However, this was the Zhong family's matter after all. As an outsider, Liu Qian was not in a position to ask, so she could only keep it in her heart. In the dark, Guo Sufei also tossed and turned, occasionally sobbing. After a long time, Guo Sufei's mood calmed down. She asked softly, "Qianqian, you haven't slept yet, right?" Liu Qian said carefully, "I haven't fallen asleep yet, auntie." Guo Sufei sighed and said apologetically, "Alas, there are some things that make my heart uncomfortable. I've made a fool of myself." Liu Qian smiled apologetically and said, "Auntie, who doesn't encounter troublesome things? It's nothing." There was another moment of silence. Guo Sufei continued to say, "Qianqian, when did your mother leave you?" Liu Qian thought for a while and said, "I heard from my father that when I was 4 years old, she contracted a very serious disease. She had sought treatment several times, but it did not work. When my mother left, I did not have any impression." Guo Sufei said, "It may be a kind of happiness to not have any impression. You don't have to miss her all the time." Liu Qian said, "Yes, auntie's words are very reasonable. My impression of my mother was told to me by my father. I heard from my father that my mother's family was very rich. At that time, my father's family was not well, but my mother was moved by my father's knowledge. My grandfather and grandmother were against it and firmly disagreed. In order to be with my father, my mother resolutely left home and cut off contact with my parents. Alas, my grandfather was also heartless. Until now, I still don't know where they are and have never come to see us. Father is very knowledgeable, but he doesn't like government affairs and disdains the intrigue of the officialdom. That's why he didn't leave home and lived in the mountain village, teaching for a living. Mother also lived there." After pausing for a moment, Liu Qian continued, "Mother's body was weak to begin with, and the doctor told her that it was best for her not to have a child. However, for the sake of father, mother still gave birth to my brother. At that time, her vitality was greatly damaged, and she only recovered after many years of recuperation. When she was pregnant with me, father also advised mother, fearing that something might happen to her. However, mother said that since she had a child, it was a gift from the heavens, and she was willing to give up everything for the child. When she gave birth to me, everything went smoothly, but mother's body collapsed, and she was in a terrible state until she passed away." At this point, Liu Qian's voice was choked with sobs. Guo Sufei comforted her and said, "Qian, when you become a mother in the future, you will know that a child is everything in a mother's heart. If she can do 10% for her child, a mother will definitely not do 9%. Although you are still in mother's stomach, everything about you has already been branded in mother's heart. She will definitely not think about her own body and not want you. She will think about you early on and bring you safely into this world." Liu Qian said, "That's right, auntie. Sometimes, I am very grateful to my mother in my heart. Although I really only have a vague impression of my mother, she was not only able to escape the shackles of the family for her own happiness, she was also able to sacrifice her life for her child. Sometimes, when I think about it, a mother's love is so ordinary and great. Moreover, Auntie, I haven't been here for long, but I especially like the harmonious atmosphere in your family. When I see how Xiaohua and the rest rely on you, I am also very envious. Guo Sufei said, Qian, I can't compare to your mother. I have lived in this small mountain village since I was young and didn't learn to read. I can't compare to your mother who read a lot of books and know a lot of things. Ever since your uncle married into our family, I felt that since the two of us lived together, we should live in harmony, respect, and love each other. Otherwise, what fun would there be in life? Later on, there were the three brothers, Xiaolong, Xiaohu, and Xiaohua. You don't know how it felt to watch them grow up bit by bit. My heart was filled with pride and achievement. Your uncle and I are not literate and have little experience. Our children also suffered with us and can't be taught well. We can't compare to you siblings. Liu Qian said, Auntie, you're wrong. Although we siblings have read more books than Xiaolong and the rest, we also know more words and have more experience. But Auntie, when Yeye and I were bullied in town, there were many scholars present. Who would stand up for us? It was Xiaolong and the rest who didn't read much, but they knew the justice of heaven and earth. They stood up without fear of power and fists. This kind of good is the real good. The more books they read, the less hot-blooded and more considerate. They might not be better than those who don't read. Guo Sufei also said with relief, speaking of them, I am really happy. These children are kind by nature and have been very sensible since they were young. Although they are naughty, they don't harm others. They also know their family's situation and have never caused trouble for us. Since they were young, everyone in the village liked them very much. When it comes to helping others, they have done a lot. I, as their mother, am very proud of them. Actually, sometimes I think that if our family's situation was really good, we might not be able to feel at ease with them now. Liu Qian agreed, yes, Auntie. Sometimes, a person's life is destined. They can grow up well in this environment, but there might not be a good outcome if they forcefully change the environment. Then, when Liu Qian saw that Guo Sufei's mood had improved, she continued to ask, Auntie, it seems that you haven't told me about today's matter. It's not good to keep things to yourself. It's good for your health to talk about it. Guo Sufei forced a smile and said, look at me. When it comes to children, I digress. I really miss children a lot in my life. Liu Qian did not reply. Guo Sufei continued, as a mother, I miss my children. I worry about their health, food, and clothing, but I neglected my mother. When I was a child, it was my mother who took care of me and paid attention to me. She also watched me grow up and become an adult. Now, I am wholeheartedly devoted to my children and have long forgotten my mother. Although I take care of her every day, cook for her, and make new clothes for her, I rarely talk to her and ask her about her thoughts. Now that I think about it, I should have done more for my mother. Liu Qian also felt suffocated. Yes, all the mothers in the world doted on their children, but their children often neglected their mothers. She comforted Guo Sufei and said, Auntie, Grandma is happy to see that you care about your children. She won't mind that you don't care about her. She will only give her love for you to her grandson. Moreover, Auntie, your mother is also by your side. Isn't it better than me, who doesn't have a mother to dote on? Guo Sufei said faintly, but when you want to repay your mother, you realize that you don't have much time with her. Do you regret that you didn't realize this earlier? Liu Qian also sighed and said, yes, it's a pity that the child wants to take care of his parents but can't wait for him. However, Auntie, Grandma is already so old. She should be very happy to be able to see you get married and see your grandson grow up. Although you don't directly care about her, you are actually indirectly loving and caring for her. I don't think Grandma will blame you. After pausing for a moment, Guo Sufei said, Qian, it's good to be able to read, and understand things like you. After hearing your words, I feel much more at ease. Sometimes, village women like us just can't get over it. Liu Qian said, Auntie, don't praise me like that. I'm also a farmer. Guo Sufei said, Qian, don't be modest. At least I know that there are no children as smart as you in the surrounding villages and 8 villages. That's right, The words Grandma said to you in the afternoon were rude. Don't mind it. Liu Qian said, I won't, Auntie. Guo Sufei was quiet for a while and finally said, Qian Qian, but then again, this is also her last wish. Moreover, our family likes you very much. I have always wanted to ask your thoughts. Since we have said so much today, I won't care too much. What do you think of Xiaolong? This time, it was Liu Qian's turn to be quiet. Liu Qian didn't know how to answer in her heart. Logically speaking, she was very satisfied with Xiaolong, but after all, it was still a short time. These few days of interaction couldn't let her see a person's nature clearly. However, if fate brought them together, they wouldn't know each other. Sometimes, fate was a very difficult thing to explain clearly. Just a few days of interaction could leave an unforgettable impression, and years of interaction might only leave behind friendship. It was the same for looking at a person. Sometimes, it only needed a glance to understand a person. If you couldn't understand, even if you looked at thousands of times, it would only be a blur. As for her and Xiaolong's fate, from the hero saving the beauty to the beauty repaying him with her body, it was really a story passed down from generation to generation. But to bet her happiness on Zhong Xiaolong just because of this, she naturally hesitated for a while. Grandma was very good to her, and the Zhong family was also very good to her. She also liked Zhong Xiaolong very much. She also liked this poor but warm and harmonious family. This family was also very much like her own family, full of respect and love. She was also willing to join this family and was also willing to fulfill her grandmother's last wish to see her leave this world with no regrets. However, all of this seemed too immature. Should she be given a period of time to ferment and ferment? Liu Qian hesitated and found it difficult to answer. After a long while, she said, Auntie, it's too late today. Let's talk about it another day. Guo Sufei also sighed softly and didn't speak anymore. In the small courtyard of the Zhong family, the moonlight was shining. How many people were sleeping soundly? Chapter 26. Under the same night sky, no one was sleeping in the meeting hall of the Misty Mountain Villa. In the meeting hall at night, countless butter candles as thick as a boy's arm were lit. The whole meeting hall was as bright as day. Compared to the hustle and bustle during the day, there were only 6 people in the meeting hall. Yes, there were 6 of them. They were the famous Misty 6 Tigers in Jianghu. Oyu Peng was still sitting in the chair of the faction leader. On his left was the eldest, Hu Yuni, and the second, Li Jian. On his right was the fourth, Shangguan Fengliu, the fifth, Liu Qingyang, and the sixth, Xu Peihua. The eldest, Hu Yuni, was a robust middle-aged man. He was dressed plainly and even looked a little mature. At first glance, people would think that he was an old farmer. His appearance was also ordinary, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He was summoned back by the faction's emergency signal, but he didn't seem to be in a hurry to ask questions. He slowly tasted the green tea in his hand. The second, Li Jian, was a tall man with a thin face. He wore a green robe and held a sword in front of his knees. His face was cold and indifferent. He really lived up to his name. At this time, Li Jian also lowered his head and squinted his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Opposite him, Liu Laowu was a short and fat man. He was dressed even more crudely, even revealing the black hair on his chest. There were 2 Shenhua axes at his feet. On the table beside him was not tea, but a small wine pot. This guy's style really didn't match his name. At this time, he didn't pick up the small wine pot to take a sip. From time to time, he would look at Oyu Peng, the eldest, and the second. Finally, he focused on Shangguan Fengliu and Shangguan Fengliu, who were whispering to each other. Shangguan Fengliu and Shangguan Fengliu obviously knew why they came to discuss things at night. Their faces were full of excitement as they whispered to each other. Originally, Shangguan Fengliu's seat was at the back, but he desperately swapped with Liu Laowu so that he could be closer to Shangguan Fengliu. Liu Laowu anxiously looked at the 2 people whispering to each other. He couldn't hear anything. He was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. But this was the meeting hall, so he couldn't make a noise. He could only angrily gulp down wine and wait for Oyu Peng to speak. Yu Peng also seemed to be thinking about something, and did not pay too much attention to his fellow disciples. Yu Peng waited until all the brothers in the hall were a little anxious. Only then did he raise his head, look at the familiar faces of his fellow brothers, and speak. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, and fifth junior brother, you all just rushed back to the sect this afternoon. The journey must have been tiring, and we didn't have time to let you rest. However, I do have an important matter to discuss with you. Don't blame old 4 and old 6. This time, I gave a strict order to keep their mouths shut. This matter is of great importance. I have to be careful. Hu Laro Da slowly put down the teacup and said, Sect leader Shidi has always been steady in doing things. We all admire him very much. There's nothing to blame him for. However, the matter you speak of is of great importance. I want to listen carefully. Recently, the Jianghu has been peaceful. Several large sects have been concealing their strength and biding their time. The demonic sect has also ceased all activities. It's as if they've all returned home to farm. This is an opportunity for our Misty School to increase our power. Could it be that Shidi has a good idea? Li Laowu disagreed and coldly said, in the Jianghu, strength speaks. Without good martial arts, any strategy is useless. I think it's better not to use any schemes and tricks. It's better to practice more swordsmanship. Hu Laro Da knew that this second junior brother was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He didn't consider other people's thoughts when he spoke. His words were not directed at him, and what he said made sense. He naturally ignored it. Liu Laowu echoed and raised his axe, saying, Third brother, which bastard is looking for trouble? I'll go chop him up. Shangguan Laowu and Shu Laowu smiled and looked at them, but didn't speak. Yu Peng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand at Liu Laowu and said, Laowu, sit down. Don't be impatient. It's not as bad as you say. Then he said to Hu Laro Da and Li Laowu, eldest senior brother, second senior brother, this time it's not a matter of fighting over territory with any sect. There's no need to use any schemes. He deliberately paused and said, This time I called all of you here because there's a good thing. The three of them couldn't help but be confused. They all frowned. Liu Laowu said, Third brother, what good thing has fallen on our heads? Li Laowu said, Could it be that a pie has fallen from the sky? Hu Laro Da didn't say anything. He thought for a moment and said, Laowu, could it be the old beggar you mentioned last time? Yu Peng smiled and nodded. Liu Laowu laughed. His grandmother, that old beggar really didn't lie. I threw this matter to the back of my mind. It's already been a year. Who still remembers? Li Laowu said with a straight face, When did you go out? You seem to have been in the sect this year. How come I didn't know you went out? Yu Peng said, I didn't go myself. Liu Laowu interrupted at this time. He pointed at Shangguan Laowu and Shu Laowu and said, I was wondering why these two people were whispering the moment they came in. So it was you guys who went. Why didn't you say anything in advance? Shu Laowu quickly said, Fifth brother, you're mistaken. We just found out a few days ago. The three of them became more and more confused. Yu Peng quickly explained, Laowu and Laowu really didn't go. I sent Ah Hai and Ching When Liu Laowu heard this, he immediately jumped up. You actually sent 2 disciples for such an important matter. Aren't you afraid that something will go wrong? Hu Laro Da glared at him and said, Don't be so surprised, okay? Aren't the 2 of them safe? Otherwise, how can we sit here and discuss things peacefully? Shu Laowu thought for a moment and said, That's true. Yu Peng smiled and explained, It's like this. In order to not let the spies of the other sects notice our movements and give them a chance to loot a burning house, I, the Tan family's master, and the WN Jian Peak's sword master didn't go. We only sent the second-generation disciples of our sect to the place we chose in advance. Yangming Jusha, who few people in Jianghu paid attention to, took them there. Li Laowu said, This Yangming Jusha's martial arts are average. He's smart, but he's shrewd. Ah Hai will be at a disadvantage if he goes with Ching Hu Laro Da said, Since Laowu and the others let him take them, they naturally have a way to guard against him. Yu Peng rubbed his nose and said, eldest senior brother is right. Before he left, all three of us sent people close to him to his Yangming mountain villa. He also sent people to escort his wife and children to our sects. When the matter is completed, we can then escort his wife and children back and exchange our people at the same time. Hu Laro Da asked, "Who did you send?" Oyu Peng said, "Naturally, it was Yang Hu Laro Da nodded. Oyu Peng continued, "She just returned a few days ago and is resting in the villa." Hu Laro Da also said, "She's the only one who's suitable for this kind of thing. It's been hard on her." Li Laowu said, "She's your sister. Naturally, she should share her brother's worries. However, that Yangming Jusha actually didn't play any tricks. That's strange." Oyu Peng's eyes curved into crescents as he said, "How could he not? He proposed to use rock-paper-scissors instead of a martial arts competition to divide the treasures. In the end, he was completely defeated by our Qing Liu Laowu also laughed, "That's right. This girl never loses when it comes to guessing. She even used this to get me drunk. This Yangming Jusha really shot himself in the foot." Oyu Peng said again, "The most ridiculous thing was that he even faked an imperial edict, saying that the extra treasures were up to fate. Whoever got it would get it. In the end, there weren't many treasures. He only took a few extra portions of herbs. Man proposes, God disposes. Herbs." Liu Laowu was the first to interrupt again. "You didn't get any divine weapons?" Shu Laowu said seriously, "Of course I did. It's a Pangu axe." Liu Laowu immediately jumped up and rushed in front of Oyu Peng, saying, "Really? Third brother, this Pangu axe is the weapon of my dreams. This time, you have to give it to me. I'll use it to split this Jianghu in half." Before Oyu Peng could say anything, Hu Laro Da scolded him, "Laowu, go back and sit down. This is a discussion hall. Don't forget the rules." Liu Laowu was quite afraid of Hu Laro Da. He slunk back to his seat and said innocently, "Boss, this is my dream. You can't destroy it. I'm definitely going to have this axe." Li Laowu opened his mouth, "You really believe in something like the Pangu axe? How about I exchange it with the Shen Yuan sword?" Liu Laowu muttered, "You don't have the Shen Yuan sword." Li Laowu continued, "You don't have the Pangu axe either." At this time, Hu Laro Da opened his mouth, "Don't listen to Liu Laowu's nonsense. The Pangu axe is just a legend. How can it possibly exist?" At this time, Oyu Peng said mysteriously, "Although Laowu's words are a joke, senior brother, you really made a mistake this time. There really is a legendary item inside." This time, Hu Laro Da was also moved, saying, "What item? Isn't it a herb?" Oyu Peng was very satisfied that boss who was so surprised, saying, "The herb is just a bonus. The real treasure is something else." Liu Laowu was not happy. If it's not the Pangu axe, what legendary item is there? Could it be the Shen Yuan sword? The Cultivation God's Heaven's Recommendation Seal? The Elixir of Immortality? Shangguan Laowu spoke. "Laowu is really amazing. He actually guessed it correctly. I can't even dream of it." The remaining three people were really stunned. Hu Laro Da looked at Li Laowu and gave him a look. Li Laowu stood up and used his qinggong. He floated out of the meeting hall like a wisp of smoke and flew up to the roof. He quickly circled around the meeting hall. Finally, he stood on the roof of the meeting hall and listened carefully for a while. Only then did he fly down and quickly walk back to his seat. He said to Hu Laro Da, "I didn't find any random people around." Hu Laro Da nodded and then looked at Oyu Peng. Liu Laowu was still in a daze, as if he didn't understand what the two were doing. Hu Laro Da said to Oyu Peng, "Laowu, tell us in detail about the treasure inside." Chapter 27. Oyu Peng then took out a small porcelain bottle from his arms and handed it to Boss Hu. Boss Hu took the small porcelain bottle and carefully looked at the words on it. Even if he was a calm person, his hands trembled. He was so frightened by the three words that he almost dropped the bottle. Boss Hu sat there holding the bottle and didn't speak. Seeing Boss Hu like this, Li Laowu and Liu Laowu curiously walked forward and looked at the bottle on both sides. "Life-prolonging pill?" Both of them exclaimed. What was different was the second sentence. Li Laroa said, "There is such a thing." Liu Laowu said, "What is this?" Boss Hu and Li Laroa's faces were gloomy and uncertain. Their frowns became deeper and deeper. Liu Laowu looked at the expressions of the two puzzled. He even turned to look at Oyu Peng, Shangguan Laosi, and Shu Laoliu. The three of them also had a serious look on their faces. After a cup of tea's time, Boss Hu let out a long breath and seemed to have made up his mind. He calmed down and straightened his back again. He returned the small porcelain bottle to Oyu Peng. He said, "Laro-san, what are you going to do with it?" Oyu Peng could hear the change in the way he addressed him. This Laro-san was actually a real way of addressing him as a brother, not a pompous form of address like sect leader's junior martial brother. Instead, he was talking to Oyu Peng as an older brother. Oyu Peng also hurriedly said respectfully, "Big brother, didn't I call all the brothers over so that we can discuss it together?" Boss Hu shook his head and said, "Laro-san, this kind of thing, you shouldn't show it to the brothers. You should keep it yourself." Oyu Peng said with a wry smile, "Big brother, it's not that I didn't think about it. However, this thing was obtained from the secret plane. It's a box with 4 copies. I don't know if other people's boxes have this thing. Moreover, when I opened it here, I was careless. Laro-san, Liu Laro-san, Ahai, and Ching-er were all there. I can't keep it a secret." Boss Hu said, "Well, since that's the case, you should keep it first. This kind of thing is not something that people like us can bear. You must not take it privately. When the storm arises in the future, take it out again. Hopefully, you can get rid of this burden." The rest of the people were thinking about it. Only old Fifth Liu was depressed. He pulled old Sixth Shu and asked, "Sixth brother, what is this longevity pill?" Shu Laoliu said unhappily, "Fifth brother, didn't you just say that there is a legendary elixir of immortality? This is it. It can extend a person's life by 10 years. "Ah!" Old Fifth Liu cried out. "There's actually such a thing? Then why aren't you bringing it over? One for each of us. How long will it take?" Li Laroa said sarcastically, 10 more years. Once you take it and people find out, they will immediately come knocking on your door. You won't even be able to live another day." Old Fifth Liu struggled and said, "I'll run after eating. Let's see where they can find me." Li Laroa sneered, "Everyone in the Jianghu is looking for you. Where are you going? What about Misty School? What about your family?" When old Fifth Liu heard this, he did not know how to answer. He blinked his eyes, smacked his lips, raised his eyebrows, and said almost shamelessly, "Don't I still have you guys in front of me? What am I afraid of?" Li Laroa also curled his lips and ignored him. Hu Laodar glared at old Fifth Liu and said, "Old Fifth, you're not young anymore. Can't you use your brain when you're in trouble? Who knows if this thing is real or fake? Even if it's real, who will the 6 of us give it to? Didn't your second brother just say that even if we take it, we will be hunted down by the entire Jianghu? Who can stand it? Why don't we just put it aside and wait for things to change? If someone we can't afford to offend comes knocking, we'll tell the Jianghu and give them this hot potato. If there's no movement, then it won't be too late for us brothers to make plans." Old Fifth Liu picked up the wine pot and took a big gulp. He said, "I only have my mouth. I don't know anything else. Just give me a bite when the time comes." Oyu Peng turned his head and asked the other brothers, "Brothers, what do you think of Big Brother's idea?" Shangguan Laosi stroked his beard and said, "Big Brother's idea is very much to my liking. I've been thinking about this for the past few days. Instead of hoping for an unreliable life of 10 years, it's better to live the life we have now. Don't ruin the great foundation of our Misty School. Also, if there's any trouble when the time comes, third brother, you must deal with it well. If you don't handle it well, it might backfire." Li Laroa nodded and did not say anything. Shu Laoliu said with a smile, "I'll listen to Big Brother and Fourth Brother." Old Fifth Liu ignored Oyu Peng's gaze and continued drinking. Oyu Peng's gaze also swept past him and directly ignored him. Oyu Peng saw that no one had any objections and said, "Then I'll take care of this thing. We'll see how the situation develops in the future." Old Fifth Liu saw that Oyu Peng ignored him and muttered in a low voice, "I'm ignoring you. You should ask for my opinion." Hu Boss looked at him muttering and asked, "Old Fifth, do you have something to say?" Old Fifth Liu quickly stood up and said, No, I just want to ask. Did you find these things in the secret plane that look edible but can't move your mouth?" Hu Boss kept a straight face and no longer paid attention to him. He turned his head and looked at Oyu Peng. This time, Oyu Peng was smiling like a flower. He took out 2 small porcelain bottles from his bosom and handed them to Hu Boss. Hu Boss took the porcelain bottles and carefully looked at them. Suddenly, he was surprised again. Qi-generating pill? There really is such a treasure. It hasn't appeared in Jianghu for many years. Next to him, old Fifth Li couldn't sit still this time. He put away that deadpan face and came over. Only Shangguan Laosi, Shu Laoliu, and Liu Laowu didn't move. The first 2 already knew, but the last one heartlessly asked again, "Qi-generating pill? What's this thing?" Coincidentally, Hu Boss words also came out at this time, "Bone-strengthening pill? What's this thing?" Oyu Peng arched his eyebrows and said with a grin, "This qi-generating pill, everyone knows that it's a legendary panacea for increasing one's power. Those who take it can increase their power by 20 years. However, this is only for those who cultivate internal martial arts. In other words, all the brothers here, except for Old Fifth and Old Sixth, so long as they take this qi-generating pill, their internal strength will double, saving 20 years of bitter cultivation. However, according to my investigation of the gang's ancient records, it seems that there are some flaws, but it's not clearly stated." Listening to this, Shu Laoliu's face became somewhat unnatural. He originally thought that he could get a share of the soup, but after listening to Oyu Peng, this qi-generating pill instead had no fate with him. He still asked, "Third brother, is it true that we can't take external martial arts?" Liu Laowu was also depressed. His grandmother, "Why is my life so bad?" Oyu Peng was still smiling as he said, "I've carefully looked into it. Sixth brother, external martial arts really aren't effective." Shu Laoliu slumped in his chair, speechless. Shangguan Laosi followed up, "Third brother, how many qi-generating pills are there in this bottle?" "We have 4 people. It might not be enough. What should we do?" Oyu Peng forced a smile and said, "I also didn't dare to open it. I only dared to open it when all the brothers were here." Hu Laoda's eyes flickered, and he also nodded without saying anything. Oyu Peng looked at the somewhat dispirited Liu Laowu and Shu Laoliu, and then said, "This bone-strengthening pill isn't recorded in our Misty School's ancient records. I informed the disciples under the gang to have the spies placed in each sect pay more attention. As a matter of fact, yesterday, news came from the Dailin Temple, saying that there is a little record in the ancient records of the Dailin Temple." Oyu Peng drank a mouthful of green tea. Ignoring Liu Laowu's resentful gaze, he still leisurely said, "According to the ancient records of the Dailin Temple, this bone-strengthening pill is the exact opposite of the qi-generating pill. It's specially prepared for those who cultivate external martial arts. It's useless for those who cultivate internal martial arts. For those who cultivate external martial arts like Laowu and Laoliu, after taking it, it will promote the strength of their bones, skin, and muscles. It will also increase the precision of their external martial arts." However, Hu Laoda's figure flashed and dodged. He angrily said, "What are you doing, Laowu? Why are you so careless?" Seeing this, Liu Laowu embarrassedly smiled and said, "I'm in a hurry. I want to see what this thing looks like." Hu Laoda scolded, "Sit there obediently. In a moment, I'll naturally give it to you." Liu Laowu obediently sat back down. Shu Laoliu's expression was also abnormally excited. Anyone who had experienced such a great change in mood would be so excited that they wouldn't be able to sit still. He also covetously looked at the small porcelain bottle. Hu Laoda took the 2 small porcelain bottles and didn't return them to Oyu Peng. Instead, he sat down on a chair. He looked at Oyu Peng with a smile and said with a very gratified tone, "Laro-san, you're good, really good. Laroa, it's not wrong that we didn't fight with Laro-san for the position of headmaster back then. To be able to obtain so many good things without anyone noticing, your contribution is comparable to the founder of the headmaster school. The 2 of us can't do it." With these two things, our Misty School's strength has increased by more than one level. Hu Laodar looked at the two porcelain bottles in amusement and continued, even if there's only one pill in here, we can have two more peerless experts. Although there's still a gap between us and the top schools like the Daylin Temple, in the middle schools, we can definitely be ranked at the top. Ou Peng looked at Hu Laodar's excited expression and also said, Big brother, you're overpraising me. This little brother really can't accept it. It's just that my luck is good, it's just a fluke. Hu Laodar said, luck is also a part of strength. Third brother, you don't have to be modest. Then he continued, it's just that, I don't know how many pills are in this porcelain bottle. It's not easy for the 6 of us to distribute them. Ou Peng said, Big brother, I took this thing out today so that you can decide how to distribute it. Although I'm the headmaster and I also hope to become a peerless expert, the rise and success of a headmaster school is the result of the efforts of all the brothers. However, relying on one headmaster, you can't do too much. Therefore, I hope that no matter how many pills are in the porcelain bottle, we brothers can't harm each other because of this. Chapter 28. After saying this, Ou Peng once again took out a slightly larger porcelain bottle from his bosom. This time, Shangguan Laosi and Shu Laoliu were also stunned. They remembered that at that time, there were only 3 small porcelain bottles in the brocade box. What was this? Liu Laowu even laughed. Third brother, what are you doing? Don't tell me you're doing a magic trick, taking them out one by one? This time, Ou Peng didn't hand over the porcelain bottle to Hu Laoda. Instead, he placed it on the square table next to him. Looking at everyone's astonished eyes, he said, last time, the things that were taken out from the secret plane, in addition to the chi-generating pill, bone-strengthening pill, and life-prolonging pill, were a batch of very old medicinal herbs. This thing is called chi-generating pill. It is a type of pill that is similar to the chi-generating pill recorded in our Misty School's ancient records. It was created after the chi-generating pill's pill formula was lost. This batch of medicinal herbs was given to Hall Master Bai of the Pharmacist Hall. He concocted it according to the chi-generating pill's pill formula. According to the ancient records, this pill's function is limited. As for how much it can improve one's skill, it still depends on the person's aptitude and other factors. This bottle is the first batch to be refined. There are a total of 9 pills. It was only refined this afternoon. The medicinal herbs from last time should still be able to refine a few batches. Hu Laoda was very happy to hear this. He clapped and said with a smile, good, with this pill, even if some of us brothers didn't take the chi-generating pill, we can still take this chi-generating pill. It's not too regrettable. Moreover, this pill is great in quantity, enough for the 2nd generation of young disciples to use. We can also create a few experts. Ou Peng then said apologetically, however, we don't have a substitute for the bone-strengthening pill, so we can't give it to disciples who practice external martial arts. It's very regrettable. If there was only one bone-strengthening pill, there would be no way for either of the 2 Shidi brothers. Hu Laoda interrupted Ou Peng's words and said, is there anything in this world that is perfect? To have such an opportunity is enough. Whether or not it can increase one's skill depends on fate. Moreover, the skill obtained from external forces is not as good as one's own hard work. Shidi brothers shouldn't be possessed because of this, right? The rest of the people felt a chill in their hearts, and their minds immediately calmed down. Their minds that had been muddled by the miraculous pill also calmed down. Everyone thought in their hearts, what eldest senior brother said makes sense. The path of martial arts is based on real cultivation. If one blindly pursues the growth of one's power without matching it with the cultivation of one's mental state, it is extremely easy to go mad. This is not uncommon in Jianghu. Although increasing one's power is important, one's life is also important. Ou Peng said, eldest senior brother's words are too serious. Today's event is a good thing. We all understand each other's temperament and breadth of mind. We definitely won't turn this good thing into a bad thing. Shangguan fourth brother also expressed his stance, big brother, today's happy occasion is the first time in our lives that we have encountered such a joyous occasion. Although we were momentarily muddle-headed, we will not harm the harmony between us brothers, nor will we disregard the interests of our sect. Please rest assured. If there is only one pill of this chi-generating pill, I suggest that third junior brother take it. First, his ethereal divine art has already reached great success. If he has the help of this pill, he will certainly be able to complete it. Second, he is our sect's sect leader. The level of his martial arts will directly determine the prosperity of our sect. Third, this pill was originally obtained by third junior brother. If he refuses to accept it, how can we have the face to take it? Everyone agreed, and Hu Laro Da handed the small porcelain bottle back to Ou Peng. Ou Peng was also not pretentious. He did not push it back and forth, and reached out to receive it. Ou Peng held the small porcelain bottle in one hand, and once again looked around at everyone. His other hand pinched the bottle's head, and with a catcher sound, the bottle's mouth opened, and a sweet fragrance diffused out. Ou Peng poured the contents of the small porcelain bottle into a jade box that he had already prepared. Unexpectedly, there were 3 pills. Ou Peng was very happy, and found 3 jade boxes to store them. He placed them on the table, and pushed them in front of Hu Laro Da. He said, I originally thought there was only 1 pill, but now there are 2 more. Eldest senior brother, please distribute them. Hu Laro Da smiled bitterly. Looking at the 3 jade boxes in front of him, he shook his head and said, Laro-san, you gave me a difficult problem. 1 pill is enough, but how do we divide these 3? Forget it, let's do as we said just now. Laro-san, you take one. Ou Peng took one of the jade boxes, and put it in his bosom. Hu Laro Da looked at Li Laro and Shangguan Larosai, and said, Laro Larosai, you guys also take one each. Li Laro did not get up, and said, Big brother, what about you? You don't want it? Hu Laro Da laughed and said, an old man is bound to make mistakes. I have been your big brother for so many years, and should also set a good example for you. I am old, so I don't want it. I have watched you all grow up. What you do, is what I do. Shangguan Larosai also said, Big brother, how about this, I will give you mine. Isn't it just 20 years of cultivation? I have time to practice. Li Laro also said, that's right, big brother. You are already old, and you may not be able to reach great heights by relying on your own cultivation. Larosai and I have plenty of time. I think you should take one of these pills first. Ou Peng also wanted to take out his own chi-generating pill, but he knew that he needed this pill, and his need was also the need of the gang. He could not give up the gang's benefits because of his brotherhood, so he did not open his mouth. Hu Laro Da looked at his group of brothers with gratification. They were such good brothers, Although they were not biological brothers, ever since Master brought them to the Misty School, they had grown up together. As the oldest, he had led them to live and practice martial arts when they were young. When they grew up, they wandered the Jianghu together, using their sweat and blood to cast the name Misty Six Tigers. Although they were now old, each had their own achievements, and each had their own family. But in the face of such a great temptation, they still thought of him, so his painstaking efforts were not in vain. Hu Laro Da laughed and said, Don't say any more. I have already made up my mind. If you guys take it, the effect will be greater than if I take it. It is better that you guys take it. The assembly hall suddenly quieted down. After a moment, Li Laro opened his mouth and said, Big brother, I have an idea. Do you think it is feasible? Hu Laro Da nodded and said, Let's hear it. Li Laro said, Big brother knows that I major in our Misty School's Misty Seven Swords. The requirements for internal strength are not too high. My achievements in the field of swordsmanship today, based on my aptitude, have already reached a certain bottleneck. If I break through again, it will only be a matter of a little bit of internal strength. But the peak of swordsmanship cannot be reached by relying on internal strength alone. After breaking through this bottleneck, I still have to comprehend swordsmanship. Therefore, this chi-generating pill is not a very urgent need. I want to give it to Big Brother. What do you think? Hu Laro Da pondered. Ou Peng then said, Big Brother, I just don't know if this chi-generating pill can be taken separately. The ancient records of the sect don't explain it. Hu Laro Da opened the jade box containing the chi-generating pill, and a fragrant scent greeted his nostrils. He used his hand to pinch it and felt that it was very hard. Soon after, he closed the lid. Upon seeing this, Li Laroer said, "Big brother, it's better that we don't take risks. I'll take the chi-generating pill. If the chi-generating pill can't be taken separately, I'll cut it in half and ruin the medicinal properties. Then wouldn't the two of us not be able to reap any benefits?" Hu Laro Da said, "Laro is what you said a moment ago true? We don't practice swordsmanship. You can't deceive your big brother." Li Laroer said, "That's only natural." Hu Laro Da took out a small and exquisite dagger from his bosom. Then, he opened the jade box and proudly said, "How can our brotherly affection be compared to a trifling 20 years of cultivation? Laro since you're willing to give this enormous benefit to Big Brother, how can Big Brother let go of the opportunity to share it with second brother? Even if the medicinal properties are ruined, you and I brothers will be drawing water with a bamboo basket for nothing. What do I have to be afraid of using this chi-generating pill as a wager for our brotherly affection?" When Li Laroer heard this, his eyes also radiated a radiant light. Presumably it wasn't because he was stimulated and his internal strength suddenly surged, but because the tears in his eyes reflected the candlelight. With an impassioned expression, he walked forward and said, "Big brother." The rest of the people all stood up and walked forward. Hu Laro Da patted Li Laroer's shoulder and handed over the dagger, saying, "Laroer, your swordsmanship is exquisite. It's up to you." Li Laroer took the dagger. The handle was still warm. Looking at Hu Laro Da's encouraging expression, he smiled and nodded. Then, he slightly circulated his internal energy and raised his hand to chop at the jade box. In everyone's eyes, they only saw an arc as the dagger fell on the chi-generating pill. Following the arc, the chi-generating pill was split into two, but the jade box wasn't damaged in the slightest. By the time Li Laroer withdrew the dagger, everyone hadn't yet praised Li Laroer's exquisite swordsmanship when Oyu Peng hurriedly found another jade box and separated the two halves of the chi-generating pill. Immediately, Hu Laro Da took the jade box and put it into his bosom. He also gave the other box to Li Laroer. Of course, the remaining one was given to Shangguan Laro Sai. After the chi-generating pill was distributed, Liu Laro Wu and Shu Laro Liu stared at the bone-strengthening pill in Hu Laro Da's hand. Because there were 3 chi-generating pills, the two of them weren't worried about the number of bone-strengthening pills. However, Hu Laro Da still asked the two of them what they should do if there was only one pill. Liu Laro Wu said, "Of course we'll give it to Laro Liu. He's the youngest. Weren't all the good things left for him before?" Shu Laro Liu said, "It was like this before, but now it's no longer possible. I've taken advantage of him for half my life. This time, I must give it to fifth brother." The two of them talked back and forth. In short, they didn't want to take it themselves. In the end, Liu Laro Wu became anxious and said, "Big brother, quickly open it. Aren't there 3 chi-generating pills? Maybe there are also 3 pills. Why are we dawdling like this? If there's only one pill, we'll split it equally." Thus, Hu Laro Da didn't say anything more. He raised his hand and crushed the porcelain bottle, pouring the bone-strengthening pill into the jade box. Sure enough, there were 3 pills inside. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Hu Laro Da put the bone-strengthening pills into 3 jade boxes and handed one to Liu Laro Wu and Shu Laro Liu. The two of them received it and put it into their bosom. Hu Laro Da handed the last jade box to Oyu Peng and said, "Third Shidi, I'll give this last one to you. You decide who to give it to." Oyu Peng nodded and took the jade box. However, he didn't put it into his bosom. Instead, he placed it on the table. Chapter 29. Oyu Peng looked at the bone-strengthening pill on the table and said, "This medicine is only effective for those who practice external martial arts. I want to give it to the stone cow in the gang. What do you think?" After Oyu Peng finished speaking, his eyes looked at old 5th Liu and old 6th Shu because only their disciples practiced external martial arts. Old 5th Liu said straightforwardly, "Okay, I have no objection." That stone cow kid's strength is not ordinary. He's stronger than me. If he takes it, it will definitely add a super general to our Misty sect. Old Sixth Shoe thought for a moment and said, I also have no objection. My disciple's aptitude is limited. It's better to help Stone Cow. However, Stone Cow's head is too straight. You have to control him well. Oyu Peng nodded and said, I have confidence in this. Old Who looked at the porcelain bottle containing the chi boosting pills and said, Third Martial Brother, please deal with these chi boosting pills at your discretion. If my disciples have good aptitude and can be trained, then use it. If they can't, then don't give it to them. Oyu Peng smiled and said, for example, Martial Brothers, this time the medicinal herbs collected from the secret plane are limited. I will distribute it according to each disciple's situation. I heard Ahai and Ching say that there are still many medicinal herbs in the secret plane. Moreover, we have control of the secret plane. In the future, there will be an endless supply of these medicinal herbs. And there will also be a lot of chi boosting pills. Old Who also smiled and said, that's good. We can't spoil the harmony in the gang for the distribution of these pills. Moreover, Ahai and Ching who went to the secret plane must be heavily rewarded. Oyu Peng said, I have the same idea as Senior Martial Brother. After a while, I will give each of them a chi boosting pill. Old Who said, this is not urgent. The chi boosting pill and bone strengthening pill have already been obtained. I'm afraid that the medicinal properties will be lost. I think we should first take this pill. Oyu Peng said, what Big Brother said is true. The ancient records in the sect say that the absorption of this pill will take a day and a night. I think we should enter the secret room and absorb the pill. How about it? Big Boss Who said, alright, you explain the sect's affairs and call Shanyo over. We'll cultivate in isolation together. Oyu Peng called his first disciple, Zhong Chengyu, over and gave him some instructions. Zhong Chengyu accepted the order and left. Not long after, the sleepy-eyed Stone Cow entered the conference hall, as if he didn't realize that he had been given a free lunch. Behind the meeting hall, there was a well-hidden small door. Behind the small door was a long tunnel. There were countless torches on the walls of the tunnel. At a glance, it felt like there was no end to the tunnel. Oyu Peng led the group through the small door and walked along the tunnel. After walking for about the time it took to brew a cup of tea, they finally reached the end. At the end of the tunnel was a huge hall with chairs and tables. There were also several different small doors leading to the depths of the tunnel. When he raised his head to take a look, it was extremely spacious above him. It was 4 to 5 feet high, and he could see the veined patterns on the rocks. This place was actually the belly of the mountain. Oyu Peng handed the jade box containing the bone strengthening pill to Shanyo. He pointed to one of the small doors and said, go in, find a small room, and take the pill inside. Then, according to your usual cultivation method, practice 9 times 981 times. Shanyo took the jade box and didn't say anything. He turned his head and left. The others walked towards another small door and each found a small room to cultivate in seclusion. Oyu Peng found a private room and sat down cross-legged. He first operated the ethereal divine art and adjusted his state of mind. Then, he took out the jade box from his bosom and took out the chi-generating pill. It was a fragrant smell. The jet-black pill was hard to the touch. It was completely different from the chi-boosting pill refined by the pharmacy. Oyu Peng calmed his mood and put the chi-generating pill into his mouth. He only felt the pill turn into a liquid on his tongue. It flowed down his throat and into his body. Then, it immediately turned into a warm current that rushed into his dantian. At this time, Oyu Peng didn't dare to think too much. He withdrew his mind and operated the ethereal divine art with all his strength to refine this warm current. The private room immediately became silent. After an unknown amount of time, Oyu Peng stopped and carefully examined his body. He couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. This chi-generating pill really lived up to its reputation. His power was more than twice as profound. The chi in his body flowed along his meridians. It felt as if there were no obstructions and didn't leave behind any hidden dangers. Oyu Peng carefully calculated in his mind. He really did cultivate 81 times, no more and no less. He secretly said in his heart, "This is a divine pill." Oyu Peng sat quietly for a moment. Then, he got up and pushed open the door. He went to the hall. At this time, Hu Laro Da, Li Laro and Shangguan Laro Sai were already waiting in the hall. Oyu Peng stepped forward and asked Hu Laro Da with concern, "Big brother, how is it?" Hu Laro Da beamed and said, "It really is the legendary divine medicine. It saved me 10 years of effort." Oyu Peng heard this and hurriedly congratulated him. Then, Oyu Peng asked Li Laro Li Laro didn't answer. He casually took out his long sword and waved it. Oyu Peng saw the long sword spit out an inch-long sword light. Oyu Peng was overjoyed and congratulated him again. Shangguan Laro Sai didn't wait for Oyu Peng to ask and said, "Third brother, my power has nearly doubled this time. It really is a divine medicine. What about you?" Hu Laro Da and Li Laro also looked at Oyu Peng with concern. Oyu Peng also smiled and said, "I was lucky. The ethereal divine art has more than doubled and is approaching the realm of great success." Shangguan Laro Sai repeatedly said in admiration. After a long time, Liu Laro Wu, Shu Laro Liu, and the stone cow still didn't move. Shangguan Laro Sai couldn't help but be somewhat worried. Oyu Peng said, "You probably don't need to worry. External cultivation is different from internal cultivation. You only need to revolve your internal strength. Presumably, external cultivation has to change your bones and muscles. Let's wait for a moment." Everyone waited in the hall for the time it took to eat 2 meals. Suddenly, they heard a burst of laughter from the stone house next door. Liu Laro Wu pushed open the door and came out. His thick and heavy body seemed to have slimmed down a bit. The 2 axes in his hands seemed to be very light. He walked in front of everyone. His steps were light and not as clumsy as before. There was no need to ask to know that his martial arts had improved by leaps and bounds. Immediately, the door of another stone house opened. Shu Laoliu also came out. His body shape didn't change much. When he came closer, everyone saw that his temples were slightly protruding. His 2 big hands had also become white, like jade. It seemed that his external strength had a tendency to spread from the outside to the inside. When the 6 ethereal tigers brothers met, their martial arts had greatly improved. Naturally, they congratulated each other and congratulated each other. Only the stone cow in the last stone house still hadn't come out. Everyone couldn't help but feel strange. Oyu Peng walked lightly to the front of the stone house where the stone cow was in seclusion. He listened carefully. He heard the sound of the wind in the house, accompanied by the sound of the stone cow's breathing. He was still practicing. Oyu Peng looked back at Liu Laro Wu and thought, Laro Wu and Laro Liu have both come out. Could it be that this stone cow's martial arts are deeper than theirs? Why hasn't he come out yet? After a long while, Oyu Peng listened again. The situation was still the same. Oyu Peng was puzzled. Could it be that our Misty School was going to produce a peerless master? After the time it took to eat a meal, Oyu Peng couldn't bear it anymore. He gently pushed open the door and looked inside. He saw a huge figure practicing the mighty King Kong hands. The moves were powerful and the wind was fierce. The wind from the palms struck in front of Oyu Peng's eyes. Oyu Peng heard the stone cow dance for a long time before he shouted, 78. Then, he started from the first move of the mighty King Kong hands again. At this time, the stone cow's eyes happened to see Oyu Peng. He didn't stop punching and shouting, "Leader, wait a moment. I've just practiced 78 times. I'm not far from 81. His voice was clear and his breathing was steady. It didn't affect his punches and kicks. His martial arts were exquisite. Without 30 to 50 years of hard work, it wouldn't be like this. Oyu Peng couldn't help but be shocked. Was this how to take the bone-strengthening pill? He didn't know how Laro Wu and Laro Liu practiced. He wanted to ask them, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. It was all in the past. Even if the method of taking the pill was wrong, it wouldn't change anything. It would only add to his worries. So Oyu Peng returned to the group and chatted with them, waiting for the stone cow to finish practicing 81 times. Everyone just stood there. Their legs were a bit sore. Fortunately, they had just had a fortuitous encounter, so they didn't care. Just as they were complaining in their hearts, the stone door finally opened. They saw the stone cow walk out. His body was 3 times larger than before. His skin was faintly glowing. His aura was also soaring. He walked in front of everyone, giving them the feeling that he was a giant spiritual god. When the stone cow saw Oyu Peng, he shouted, "Leader, what did you give me? Why is it so fragrant? It's better than eating 10 bowls of rice." Normally, after practicing the mighty King Kong hands 3 times, I would be sweating profusely and gasping for breath. After eating this little pill, I practiced 81 times and didn't feel tired. I still feel strong, so it's okay to practice a bit more. Everyone secretly laughed. Oyu Peng asked, "Stone cow, how do you feel compared to before?" The stone cow scratched his head and said, "I don't know. I feel stronger now. Before I could kill a cow, now I can kill a bear." Laro Wu stepped forward and said, "Stone cow, come, hit me with all your strength." When the stone cow heard this, he didn't hold back. He took a deep breath and waved his hand. Laro Wu also raised his fist to meet the attack. He originally used 80% of his strength, but before the fist even came close, the wind from the fist was already blowing. It was biting cold. Not only was he shocked, he felt that he had used all his strength. The 2 large fists collided with a peng sound. The stone cow took a step back, leaving a deep footprint on the stone floor. Laro Wu took 5 steps back, each step leaving a footprint on the stone floor. Laro Wu held his slightly painful fist and walked in front of the stone cow and said, "You little brat, you've improved a lot. I'm afraid I'm not your opponent." When the stone cow heard this, he grinned foolishly. Shu Laro Wu said from the side, "Fifth brother Mo Ziqian, the stone cow is a martial artist. You use a weapon. I'm afraid he's not your opponent." Laro Wu patted the stone cow's sculpted muscles and said, "Of course I know this. Come, stone cow, let's go drink." Then, he pulled the stone cow and walked towards the corridor. Chapter 30. Oyu Peng looked at the backs of the 2 people and could not help but shake his head, saying, "These 2 living treasures are really hard to deal with." Old Hu laughed and said, "Let them be." After saying that, everyone followed the 2 out of the hall. When they stepped into the meeting hall again, it was still the time when the lamps were lit. Oyu Peng and the others were surprised. The records in the ancient books were indeed correct, 1 day and 1 night. However, this time was different from the past. In just 1 day's effort, the difference in their martial arts was like heaven and earth. The word opportunity was unfathomable. When everyone was seated, Zhong Chengyu went forward to salute and briefly reported the situation in the sect during this period to Oyu Peng. Oyu Peng listened and nodded with satisfaction. Then, Zhong Chengyu stood at the side. Oyu Peng did not ask much. He just told everyone that in the next 10 days, he would be in seclusion to practice martial arts. The affairs of the sect would be temporarily handed over to Zhong Chengyu to handle. Then, he let everyone disperse. When everyone else in the sect had left, the 5 Misty Tigers began to discuss matters again. Oyu Peng said to his senior and junior brothers, "Brothers, we have finished taking the elixirs in this secret site. After we go back today, it is best to go into seclusion and rest for 10 days. After 10 days, we will discuss the development plan of the Misty Tigers together. What do you think?" Everyone had no objections. They got up and left the meeting hall. They went home and did not mention it. At night, the Misty School was no different from usual. However, after dinner, a maidservant walked out of one of the inner residences. She walked out of the Misty Heights unhurriedly and went to a grocery store outside the manor. She bought some rouge and face powder and then came back. After a meal, the owner of the grocery store set off from the back door of the store. He drove a horse carriage to Pingyang City to stock up. Not long after, he arrived at a large grocery store in Pingyang City. After he bought some groceries, he hurried back to the Misty Heights. After a while, the accountant of the grocery store in Pingyang City finished settling the accounts and went home. When he passed by a dark alley, he felt the urge to go to the toilet and went in. However, after he went in, he did not urinate. Instead, he hurried to a dark corner. There was a small door there. He knocked on it rhythmically and the door opened with a creak. The person inside looked out to see who it was and let him into the courtyard. Not long after, the accountant came out from the courtyard and went to the alley to relieve himself. He walked out lazily and then went home. Just as he walked out of the alley, 2 carrier pigeons flew out from a small house in the courtyard. They flew out of Pingyang City one after another. Although Pingyang City was noisy at night, it was the same as the misty heights at night. It was as if nothing had changed because of the carrier pigeons. Everything was so normal. However, who knew what unusual things were hidden in this seemingly peaceful night? Dawn came quickly. The sunlight pierced through the night like a sharp sword. Everyone started to get up and start their busy day. Zhong Xiaohua also opened his eyes. Similarly, there was a flash in his eyes and no one noticed it. The first sound Zhong Xiaohua heard when he woke up was his grandmother's cough. Zhong Xiaohua did not need to think to know that this was already the 8th day in a row. Moreover, Zhong Xiaohua could faintly feel that his grandmother's cough was not a simple one. He could feel the viscous liquid in his grandmother's throat and body. It was the kind of liquid that blocked her breath and life. His grandmother's life seemed to be gradually dissolving and passing away in this viscous liquid. Zhong Xiaohua could even feel his grandmother's thinness. This thinness was not the thinness of her body, but the thinness of her spirit. Zhong Xiaohua was very scared. He did not dare to tell his mother that other than his grandmother's cough, there was nothing wrong with her body. She ate a lot of food every day. The village vet, Old Chen, also said that it was just the cold weather and her body was cold. His grandmother was old and could not adapt to it. She would be fine when spring came. However, Zhong Xiaohua did not dare to believe it. His grandmother coughed violently again. Her back was bent and she was in great pain. Zhong Xiaohua hurriedly got up and massaged his grandmother's back. He then poured some water from the teapot on the table, tested the temperature of the water, and brought it to his grandmother's mouth. His grandmother drank the water and then heaved a sigh of relief. She said kindly, "Xiaohua, why are you awake so early? Why don't you sleep a little longer? Did I wake you up?" Zhong Xiaohua said, "No, Grandma. I don't know what's going on. Recently, I've been waking up at dawn and can't sleep anymore." His grandmother said, "Ari, Xiaohua has grown up and is sensible. I don't want to wake you up. Last night, I endured it for a long time. At dawn, I really couldn't stand it anymore and started coughing. Tomorrow, I will go to the courtyard. I won't wake you up." Zhong Xiaohua said, "Grandma, it's true. I'm not lying. I've been sleeping very well at night recently. I didn't hear you cough at all. When I woke up in the morning, I really couldn't sleep. You must not go to the courtyard. It's too cold outside." His grandmother smiled and did not say anything. Zhong Xiaohua got up and went out of the room. The sky outside was filled with the rising sun. It did not look dazzling and was as cute as a duck's egg yolk. Zhong Xiaohua mischievously opened his mouth and took a bite of the rising sun. Unexpectedly, he really felt something warm flowing down his throat and into his body. Zhong Xiaohua could not help but be shocked. He was extremely suspicious of his own feelings. He shook his head and went to wash his face. The courtyard was as usual. His mother and Liu Qian had woken up early. His mother was busy feeding the poultry at home while Liu Qian was busy preparing breakfast for the family. Zhong Xiaohua looked at these happily. It seemed that Liu Qian was not Sister Liu, but sister-in-law. He had already made a small decision in his heart. He might not be able to tell his mother about his doubts, but he could tell his future sister-in-law. She had read so many books and knew so many things. Perhaps she could solve his doubts. The farmer's breakfast was very simple and it was finished in a hurry. However, the difference was that after breakfast, Zhong Xiaohua would go to the well on the slope to fetch water back. Since the last time they drank tea and had insomnia, everyone seemed to be infatuated with this thing. They drank it every day. Moreover, they felt that the well water was sweeter than the river water they usually ate. Therefore, they also used the well water for their meals. However, Zhong Cai planned to let Zhong Xiaohua fetch the water twice a day in the morning and in the evening. He also told his son not to tell anyone else in the village. Zhong Xiaohua finished breakfast and went to fetch water. Before going out, he said to Liu Qian, "Sister Liu, do you want to go to the mountains with me today?" Guo Sufei heard and said happily, "Yes, Liu Qian. You should go out for a walk. These few days have been tiring for you." The other people in the Zhong family also agreed. Liu Qian thought for a moment and put down the bowl and chopsticks that she was cleaning and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Auntie to clean up. I'll go out for a walk." Then Liu Qian followed behind Zhong Xiaohua and went to the river. Zhong Xiaohua walked to the river and did not go forward. Liu Qian caught up and asked him, "Xiaohua, do you have something to tell me?" Zhong Xiaohua forced a smile and said, "Sister Liu, you're so smart. You guessed that I have something to tell you." Liu Qian said, "You little brat, if you have something to say, sister will help you." Zhong Xiaohua was silent for a moment. He looked at the flowing river and said, "Sister Liu, do you think that people in this world can never die?" Liu Qian frowned and said, "I can't answer you. Some books say that there is no immortal in the world. The grave is the end of everyone. But some books say that ordinary people will die, and some people will not die." Zhong Xiaohua asked curiously, "Who are those people?" Liu Qian said, "According to some unofficial records, some cultivators do not eat the smoke and fire of the mortal world and can live forever. However, this is only written in the books and no one has seen it. Who knows if it is true or false? On the contrary, death can be seen everywhere without exception." Zhong Xiaohua asked again, "Then how can a dying person be saved?" Liu Qian frowned and said, "If he is dying of illness, of course he has to find a good doctor to cure the illness. If he is poisoned to death, the most important thing is to detoxify the poison so that he won't die. If he is old and about to die, then, right, you can give him the life-prolonging pill. When I was young, I read a very old book. It said that there is a strange medicine in the world called the life-prolonging pill. However, this is most likely fake. I have never heard of anyone taking this pill." When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, he looked at the flowing river and muttered, "Where can I find the life-prolonging pill?" When Liu Qian heard this, she was very strange and said, "Xiaohua, why are you suddenly asking so many strange questions today? You still want to find the life-prolonging pill?" Zhong Xiaohua raised his head. His mouth was flat as if he was about to cry. His voice was a little hoarse as he said, "Sister Liu, I feel that Grandma is about to leave me. She is about to die." Liu Qian's heart skipped a beat. She quickly walked forward and hugged Xiaohua's head and said, "Xiaohua, good child. Don't cry and don't think so much. Grandma is just coughing. This is a very common problem for the elderly in winter. Didn't the doctor say that? When spring comes and the weather warms up, Grandma will be better." Zhong Xiaohua's tears were about to flow out. He said, "But old Chen is a veterinarian. He doesn't know how to treat people." Liu Qian quickly comforted Zhong Xiaohua and said, "Then in a few days, let's take Grandma to town to find a famous doctor, okay? Grandma will be fine." Zhong Xiaohua shook his head and continued to cry. As he cried, he said, "Sister Liu, don't lie to me. I'm not young anymore. I can even farm by myself. I know that Grandma won't be able to get better. I can feel that there is something sticky in Grandma's body that makes her unable to breathe properly. That's why she coughs. Moreover, I can also feel that there is something in Grandma's body that is running out every day. Grandma is getting thinner and thinner." When Liu Qian heard this, she was also sad. She could no longer calm down and comfort Zhong Xiaohua. He was really a sensible child. Only a strong family relationship and a love that originated from blood could feel the passing of life. Liu Qian hugged Zhong Xiaohua's head and tears couldn't help but flow down. Chapter 31. After a long while, Liu Qian finally stopped crying. She pointed to the stream and said to Zhong Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, look at this river. From its source, it is just a thin stream of water. As it flows along the riverbed, more water will gather, and it will grow bigger and bigger. Slowly, it will become a big river, and finally into the sea. Just like humans, this is also the process of its growth. The sea is its end. If the river stops flowing, what will it become? Ponds, drains, and rivers will lose their meaning of life if they stop flowing. They will die. It is the same for humans. They have to go through the process of birth, growth, and death. This is a complete life. We don't know about those who can live forever, but for ordinary people like us, birth, old age, illness, and death are necessary in life. They are some notes in the song of life. Zhong Xiaohua asked curiously, "Why can't we live forever?" Liu Qian said, "Because we don't know how to live forever." She then continued, "Take your grandmother for example. She's already in her 80s and has experienced so many ups and downs. She started from babbling and grew up on her own. Then, she met your grandfather and formed a family. Then, she had your mother and endured hardships to raise your mother into an adult. Then, she saw your mother and your father get married and live together. She even saw her partner who had lived with her for her entire life pass away. Now, she's seen you grandchildren being born and growing up. Her life is already very complete and she doesn't have too many regrets. You should be happy for your grandmother's complete life. How many people can have a life of more than 80 years? Zhong Xiaohua looked up and asked, "Then what should I do?" Liu Qian patted Xiaohua's head and said, "What you need to do now is to tidy up your mood and accompany your grandmother well. Let your grandmother see her beloved grandchildren from time to time in her last days. Don't leave any unhappiness and leave in peace." The gloom in Zhong Xiaohua's heart had just dissipated at this time, and a trace of a smile appeared on her happy little face as she said, "Older sister Liu, you really know a lot. I also understand what you're saying. If I told mother these words, she would definitely hit me and say that I don't think in the right direction." Liu Qian said, "Everyone has their own way of expressing their thoughts. Your mother used her own way to tell you. Don't think too much about it. I just used a different way to tell you. If you can understand my method, you can tell me anything in the future." Zhong Xiaohua said mischievously, "That's for sure. In the future, I'll have to talk to elder sister." Liu Qian said, "Mischievous little brat, you better hurry up and fetch water. The sun is already high up in the sky. In a while, your mother will scold you again." Zhong Xiaohua stuck out her tongue and said, "Then let's go quickly. However, if I come out with elder sister, Nyang Qin definitely won't blame me for coming back late." Although that was what she said, Zhong Xiaohua still hurriedly went to fetch water because her grandmother seemed to like to drink this mountain spring water. In the next few days, her grandmother's situation became worse and worse. She even coughed up blood. Just as Zhong Xiaohua said, her grandmother didn't have an ordinary illness. This time, Guo Sufei was really anxious. She didn't have time to complain about the veterinarian old Chen, nor did she have time to take care of her injured family members. She quickly found a donkey cart and wanted to take her grandmother to town to see a doctor. Zhong Xiaohua wanted to go no matter what, but she was still left at home by her mother. The head of the Zhong family, Zhong Cai, also wanted to go. Although his leg injury wasn't completely healed, it was a good opportunity to let the doctor take a look. The donkey cart had limited space, so she could only let her most beloved grandson stay at home. The group of people on the donkey cart set off in the morning. Zhong Xiaohua helped Liu Qian take care of her two injured brothers and helped her with the housework. Unfortunately, his mind was still thinking about her grandmother, so he peeked outside from time to time. Although Liu Qian wanted to tell him that their grandmother wouldn't come back until it was dark, but when she saw Zhong Xiaohua, Zhong Xiaolong, and Zhong Xiaohu's three brothers' absent-minded and anxious expressions, she held back. She just considerately did the chores at home and didn't say any comforting words. Time passed little by little, and the sky gradually darkened. Finally, Zhong Xiaohua saw the donkey cart that was late. Zhong Xiaohua immediately jumped down from the chair. He didn't call out to his two brothers and rushed out of the house. In a hurry, he tripped over a small stool by the door and almost fell. He didn't care about the small stool that was kicked aside and ran out of the door. When he ran out of the small gate, the donkey cart was near. He saw the driver jump down from the donkey cart and walk a few steps forward with the reins of the donkey. Then, he stopped in front of Zhong Xiaohua's courtyard. He pulled the reins and stopped the cart in front of the Zhong family's courtyard. There were 3 people in thick clothes sitting at the back of the cart. Their faces couldn't be seen clearly in the twilight. Before the donkey cart came to a stop, Zhong Xiaohua heard one of the people coughing heavily. He walked to the front of the donkey cart with heartache and called out obediently, "Grandma Tilda." Unfortunately, his grandmother was coughing with difficulty and couldn't respond to her grandson's greeting. Guo Sufei got down from the cart first and called Zhong Xiaohu, who had rushed over, to help Zhong Cai down first. Then, with Liu Qian and Zhong Xiaohua, he carefully helped his grandmother, who had just finished coughing, down. Zhong Cai paid the driver, and the donkey cart drove off, leaving the Zhong clan's group standing in the twilight. Liu Qian and Zhong Xiaohua helped their grandmother. She coughed all the way to her small house. Hearing her cough, Zhong Xiaohua's heart was broken. But halfway there, her grandmother said with difficulty, "Let's go to the central room first. I'll stay with you for a while." The 2 followed her words and helped her into the central room. Guo Sufei followed in absent-mindedly. Then, Zhong Xiaohu helped Zhong Cai, who was still limping and had a gloomy expression. The last one to enter the room was Zhong Xiaolong, whose arm was still hanging in front of his chest. The central room wasn't big. When everyone came in and sat there silently, the air in the room seemed to have frozen. At this time, her grandmother began to cough again. Liu Qian hurried over and poured a cup of warm water for her grandmother to drink. Only then did her cough gradually stop. Liu Qian wanted to say something to break the silence, but she didn't know what to say. Finally, her grandmother spoke, "The doctors in this town are really expensive. Su Fei, let's not go there next time. Every time we see an illness, it costs a qian of silver. How long will it take for our family to spend?" Guo Sufei forced a smile and said, "Mother, listen to what you're saying. If you're sick, you have to go see a doctor. Even if our family is poor, we can't delay this illness." Her grandmother said again, "I know my illness very well. It's not something a doctor can cure. I already said that I won't go, but you still want to waste this money." Guo Sufei's eyes were a little red at this time and said, "Mother, you don't have to worry about us. Doesn't Zhong Cai also need to see a doctor? You're just going in the same direction." Her grandmother sighed and didn't say anything else. After drinking a little more water, her cough seemed to be lighter. Only then did she let Xiaohua help her back to the room to rest. Zhong Xiaohua helped her grandmother to the kang bed and covered her with a quilt. Her grandmother seemed to be tired and quickly fell asleep. Zhong Xiaohua then tiptoed out of the small room. When she returned to the central room, her mother was sobbing in a low voice and constantly wiping her tears. Her father's face was gloomy as he smoked a pipe. Her eldest brother, second brother, and Liu Qian also didn't look very good. Zhong Xiaohua knew that her grandmother's situation wasn't good. It wasn't beyond her expectations, so she didn't have the heart to ask about the specific situation. She just silently found a small stool and sat in the shadow of the wall. After a long time, Guo Sufei recovered a little and stopped sobbing. It seemed that she only saw Xiaohua come back at this time. She softly asked, "Xiaohua, is your grandmother asleep?" Zhong Xiaohua nodded and said, "Yes, mother. Grandmother is probably tired. She fell asleep not long after lying on the kang bed." Guo Sufei turned her head and asked Zhong Cai, child's father, "What do you think we should do? Should we go to a bigger city to find a better doctor?" Zhong Cai took a deep breath and exhaled. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Ari, you didn't hear the doctor say that mother's illness isn't a normal cough. It's because she's old and her body can't support it anymore. There's no way to cure it. Moreover, mother's body is like this. Can she go to a bigger city? The closest city to us is Pingyang City. I heard that it would take a day and a night for a horse to run non-stop. I'm afraid that mother won't be able to take it." Guo Sufei was a little sad again. Her voice was a little sobbing. "Then are we just going to watch mother's body collapse bit by bit like this? Mother's cough is so bad every day." Zhong Cai smiled bitterly and said, "There's nothing we can do about it. Didn't the doctor also say that he rarely sees people as old as mother? Moreover, mother's body is considered good for 80 years old. I think we should listen to the doctor and let mother recuperate well. She should rest well, eat well, and live a good life. Guo Sufei also didn't have any other choice. She knew that her mother had reached the end of her life, but she still had hope in her heart. She tried to find a doctor for a long illness, trying to grasp onto something. However, in the face of this cruel reality, how valuable was a little bit of hope? Guo Sufei stared weakly at the flickering flame on the oil lamp. She seemed to be deep in thought. Suddenly, she asked Zhong Cai, "That's right, child's father. What did the doctor say that mother ate? Why don't I know about it?" Hearing this, Zhong Cai also raised his head and looked at Guo Sufei in confusion. Everyone asked in unison, "What did she eat?" Zhong Cai knocked on the pipe and said, "At that time in the medical hall, the doctor had just diagnosed that your grandmother was already at the end of her life. There was nothing to diagnose. Moreover, this cough was only a kind of illness on the surface. Her body was already in a mess. However, later on, your mother begged him bitterly. After a careful diagnosis, he found that although your grandmother's body was already at its worst, there was a kind of essence energy in her body. However, this essence energy was too little to sustain your grandmother's life. The doctor said that your grandmother must have eaten something good like ginseng recently." Everyone was stunned. Ginseng? How could the family have the money to buy that? Chapter 32. Zhong Cai said, "It's definitely not ginseng. I've only seen it in a clinic when I was young. Since I came to the Guozhuang house, I haven't seen it again." Everyone was even more confused. What could it be? Usually, everyone ate from the same pot, and they ate the same farmhouse food. There was nothing special about it. Everyone was puzzled. Seeing that it was late, Zhong Cai and Guo Sufei had been busy the whole day. They were both physically and mentally exhausted. Everyone left. Zhong Xiaohua tiptoed back to his grandmother's hut. His grandmother was already asleep. Although she coughed softly from time to time, she was still very tired. She was still in a deep sleep and did not notice Xiaohua's movement. Zhong Xiaohua burrowed into her blanket and listened to her grandmother's suppressed coughs and intermittent breathing. Her heart ached, and she couldn't help but think of her grandmother's kindness to her. Bits and pieces of her memories flashed in her mind. Usually, when she was free, she didn't feel that she had deep feelings for her grandmother. But now, she found that her grandmother's memories were deeply engraved in her mind. There were so many, so fine, and she couldn't forget a single bit. Zhong Xiaohua's heart sank. Thinking about it, Zhong Xiaohua shed tears. Tears flowed down his face and slid onto the pillow. Gradually, he fell asleep. Zhong Xiaohua's flickering dream came as scheduled. In the dream, Zhong Xiaohua seemed to be living in a breathing world that flickered rhythmically. His breathing, his body, and everything about him followed the flickering. They flickered unconsciously, gradually becoming one with the world. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone into his grandmother's hut, Zhong Xiaohua opened his eyes on time. The same flickering light flashed in his eyes. The first thing Zhong Xiaohua did after opening his eyes was to listen to his grandmother's voice. However, there was no cough or breathing. He hurriedly got up, only to find that his grandmother was not in the room. When he got up and walked out of the room, he saw his grandmother sitting on a chair in the courtyard. The morning wind was still very cold, blowing his grandmother's white hair in the sun. Zhong Xiaohua's eyes were blurred. He quickly ran over and said to his grandmother, "Grandma, you should go back to your room quickly. The wind in the morning is very cold. Your body is not good to begin with, so don't come out in the morning in the future." Grandma's hand groped for Zhong Xiaohua's head and said lovingly, "Xiaohua, Grandma is old and doesn't sleep much. I can't sleep anymore, so I came out to get some fresh air. I'll go back now, okay?" Zhong Xiaohua didn't say anything. She just silently helped her grandmother back to the warm house. Coming out of the hut, Zhong Xiaohua was still looking at the morning sun in the sky. Suddenly, he remembered what happened a few days ago, so he also did the action of biting the sun. Sure enough, this time he still felt a warm current enter his throat. Zhong Xiaohua was stunned. Could it be that it wasn't his illusion? His eyes rolled a few times. Could this be Tiango eating the sun? Could it be that he had become a Tiango? After pondering for a while, he still couldn't think of a reason. He shook his head and no longer thought about it. He just prepared to take a bite every morning and see what the situation was. After eating a simple breakfast, Zhong Xiaohua went to the slope to get spring water as usual. Zhong Xiaohua was just about to go out when Liu Qian, who was cleaning up the dishes, called out, "I know what Grandma eats." Everyone was stunned. Zhong Cai asked in puzzlement, "What do you mean by what Grandma eats?" Liu Qian smiled and said, "It was yesterday. Didn't the doctor say that Grandma ate ginseng?" Only then did Zhong Cai come to a realization. Zhong Xiaolong said anxiously, "Hurry up and tell me, what did Grandma eat?" Zhong Xiaohua also stopped in her tracks. Liu Qian said mysteriously, "It should be said that Grandma drank something." "Drink." Zhong Xiaolong heard the word drink and looked at Zhong Xiaohua. He seemed to understand something. Zhong Xiaohu hadn't finished eating yet. He stared blankly at the bowl of porridge in his hand and said in a daze, "Just this? Is it ginseng? That's not possible." Liu Qian saw that everyone was puzzled, so she explained, "Look, everyone. Didn't we think for a long time last night, but we couldn't think of anything special? However, the doctor said that she only ate it recently. In the past, she only drank a little of the well water on the slope occasionally. After I came, I started to eat a lot of the well water. Especially Grandma, she only started to drink tea made from the well water recently. The well water that we used to eat also started to be used recently. In terms of time, only this well water fits this condition." Guo Sufei patted her head and said, "That's true. Yesterday, I only thought about eating and didn't think about drinking." Liu Qian is really right. Zhong Cai said, "I believe that ginseng can nourish Mother's body. This water, no matter how good it is it still water? Can it be eaten as a tonic?" He asked Liu Qian doubtfully. Liu Qian didn't know how to answer and said, "Uncle, I don't know about this. Why don't we get a pot of water and send it to the town's medical hall and let them take a look?" Guo Sufei said, "Okay. Why don't we let Xiaohu bring a pot and run to town to let the doctor take a look?" Zhong Xiaohu said excitedly, "Okay, I'll immediately eat and prepare. My injury is almost healed, so it won't be a problem for me to make a trip." Zhong Xiaohua also said, "I'll go get some water right away. I also want to go to town with second brother." After saying that, she prepared to run up the slope. At this moment, Zhong Cai spoke up. He said, "No, you mustn't go." Everyone was stunned again. Guo Sufei said, "Husband, what do you mean? Why don't you let Xiao Hu and the others go?" Zhong Cai saw that everyone was very strange and said with a wry smile, "Have you forgotten about Mr. Wu from the neighboring village?" Suddenly, Liu Qian and Zhong Xiaohua understood, but the others were still confused. Zhong Xiaohu said curiously, "Father, of course we know about Mr. Wu. He was killed by the bandits because he dug out a treasure." Zhong Cai said, "Then is our well water a treasure?" Zhong Xiaohu said, "We don't know, so we let the town's doctor take a look." Zhong Cai immediately said, "What if it is?" Zhong Xiaohu was speechless and didn't know how to continue. Liu Qian saw that everyone was still confused, so she explained, "Uncle means that if the well water is a treasure and the town's doctor finds out, then it will be a big deal. The well is full of ginseng, which is much more precious than Mr. Wu's box of jewelry. If the bandits find out, then won't they kill and steal the water? Moreover, the well water is not in our courtyard, but far away on the slope. We can't just say that it's ours. If people find out and come to get water, should we let them take it or not? If it's all taken, then what will Grandma drink? What we're most afraid of is that it will be taken over by people with power and no one can get it." Everyone finally understood. Zhong Xiaolong asked again, "If we don't let the doctor take a look, then how do we know if the well water is useful for Grandma?" Liu Qian smiled and said, "Let's not talk about whether the doctor will take the water to the clinic or not, or whether the doctor will be able to tell. Even if the well water is useless and we don't know if it's useful for Grandma's body, it won't be a loss to us. Don't we still need to drink this water and use it to cook?" Then, Liu Qian said seriously, "If this water is useful, then we might not be able to drink this water in the future. Grandma won't be able to drink it either. She might even be killed. Guo Sufei quickly said, Liu Qian is right. We can't go to town to find a doctor. Moreover, everyone must keep the well water a secret. Don't tell anyone. Everyone nodded. Zhong Xiaohua shook her head as she went to get the water. She muttered to herself, in this world, people's hearts are not what they used to be. No matter what you do, you have to protect yourself first. It's so hard to be a human. Since that day, Zhong Xiaohua had been fetching water from the slope more often. All the water in the house, including food, drink, and washing, were replaced with the well water. They no longer used the river water by the village. It seemed that everyone was hoping for a miracle to happen to Grandma. Grandma's body was still weak, and her coughing did not seem to ease. However, Zhong Cai, Zhong Xiaolong, and Zhong Xiaohu's injuries were rapidly recovering day after day. Especially Zhong Xiaolong. When he went to the veterinarian Old Chen to change his medicine for the first time, Old Chen could hardly believe his eyes. He looked and touched Zhong Xiaolong again and again. Finally, in front of the facts, he had to believe that Zhong Xiaolong had really recovered more than half. His broken bones were about to be healed. He completely ignored Guo Sufei's face full of joy and thanked him profusely. He hurriedly sent them away and ran into his own pharmacy. He carefully kept the medicine that he had made for Zhong Xiaolong only once. He was secretly proud. Who said that he could only be a veterinarian? This was the first time he made the medicine and it had such an effect. Could it be that he had the potential to be a miracle doctor? It seemed that he had to change his profession someday. He would open a miracle doctor's clinic in the bustling area of Lu Town. With this magical medicine, wouldn't he make a fortune? Not to mention the veterinarian Old Chen's wild imagination, the whole Zhong family was happy to see that Zhong Xiaolong's injury recovered so quickly. They were more and more aware that it was due to the well water. Grandma was in a particularly good mood when she learned that her grandson's arm had recovered. Her face was also smiling like a flower. Her cough was also light. The whole family was very happy and happy. As for Liu Qian, she did not know what she was feeling. She was very surprised to see that Zhong Xiaolong came back without a splint. She was happy with everyone. But after a while, she felt a sense of loss. She tried to avoid this emotion and did not admit her thoughts, but she knew that she really liked this family and Zhong Xiaolong. She did not want to leave here and return to her home. Was her home not good? She asked herself. The answer was no. She also liked her home, but it seemed that the feeling of her home was different from the feeling here. What was the difference? Maybe it was because of Zhong Xiaolong. However, Zhong Xiaolong's injury was healed. What reason did she have to stay here? Chapter 33. That night, the Zhong family was very lively. It had not been so lively since the new year. The stone in everyone's heart was temporarily thrown away. During dinner, Zhong Cai even poured himself a few cups to celebrate his son's recovery. After dinner, everyone was busy with some farm work under the oil lamp. They were also happily talking about how to cultivate the crops in the fields after spring, how to fertilize the newly opened fields on the slope, and how to divide the work among Zhong Xiaolong, Zhong Xiaohu, and Zhong Xiaolong's 3 brothers. It was as if the next day was the spring plowing, and their eyes were full of hope. Under the flickering light, no one noticed the lonely expression on Liu Qian's face. Also, Zhong Xiaohua's thoughtful eyes. The next morning, Liu Qian reluctantly got up at dawn. Last night, she was so worried about her gains and losses that she couldn't sleep. When she got up, she found that her eyes were a little red and her complexion was not good. Guo Sufei was concerned and asked if she was sick. After breakfast, everyone was busy with their own things. It was now February and the weather was warm. Zhong Cai and the others were also checking the farm tools to see if there were any broken ones that needed to be repaired. The seeds in the cellar also needed to be taken out to dry. Seeing that the ice in the river had melted, the fields should also be thawed and ready for cultivation. Spring was coming. Just as Liu Qian was helping Guo Sufei to dry the seeds under the sun, she suddenly heard someone call her. Qian Qian tilde, what a familiar voice. She quickly raised her head and looked over the Zhong family's low wall. She saw her father, Uncle Liu Tufu, and cousin Liu Yeye who had already walked to the door. She cried out in surprise, "Father Tilda!" Then, like a swallow, she flew to the door and took her father's hand. How could she not miss her family after not seeing them for almost half a month? So, when she saw them, her eyes were red and her nose was sour. Liu Yeye said, "Sister, I'm here too. Can't you see me?" Liu Qian also took her hand and said, "I see you. How can I not see you? I only have such a beautiful sister. How can I not see you?" Liu Yeye giggled and said, "Sister, look at you. You haven't seen father for a few days and your eyes are already red. Don't say that I'm crying in the future. You're not any better. Aya, your complexion is so bad. Could it be that you suffered at their place? But, that's not right. Your skin seems to be more delicate than before. It's also a lot whiter. You're also a little fatter than before. Why is it that after not seeing you for 10 days, your beauty has actually caught up to mine?" Liu Qian rebuked, "You little girl, you're just using nice words to scare me." Liu Yeye panicked and said, "It's true, sister. I'm not talking nonsense. If you don't believe me, look in the mirror." Liu Qian's heart skipped a beat, but she did not continue the conversation. How could Mr. Liu and Butcher Liu notice this? He thought it was just two children playing around. At this time, Zhong Cai also came out with his family to welcome them. Mr. Liu hurriedly went forward to salute and asked Zhong Cai, "Brother, I haven't seen you for a long time. Are you feeling better?" Zhong Cai also returned the salute and said, "Thanks to brother, I'm already better now. Look, I even threw away my crutches." Then, he had Zhong Xiaohu and Zhong Xiaohua come up to greet him. The last time Mr. Liu came, he saw everyone. However, at that time, the two brothers were lying on the sickbed. Meeting them this time, looking at the two dignified young people, he couldn't help but praise in his heart, "These two children, although their looks are ordinary, it's rare that they're so introverted. They've never studied before, but they actually have such a temperament. Children can be taught." He hurriedly helped the three of them up and said with a smile, "It seems that the two of you have recovered from your injuries. This is worthy of celebration. However, nephew Xiaolong injured his muscles and bones. It's better for him to be more careful. He can only work after resting for 100 or so days. Don't hurt your body for the farm work in front of you." "Oh, right. How come you've removed the splint in just 10 days? Zhong Xiaolong moved his arm and said, "I'll pay attention to Uncle's words. Look, my arm is fine now. Although I can't do heavy work, I reckon that after a few days, ordinary farm work shouldn't be a problem." Butcher Liu continued, "Nephew's body isn't just strong. Our village's Wanger fell on his but when he went up the mountain to chop firewood and had to lie in bed for half a year. You've recovered in just a few days. Let me take a look." As he said this, he went forward to grab Zhong Xiaolong's arm. Liu Qian was anxious and quickly blocked her uncle's hand. She said, "Uncle, your hand is used to carrying 100 or so pounds of fat pig. Xiaolong's arm is just right. If you grab Xiaolong's hand like this, don't damage his arm." Butcher Liu awkwardly retracted his hand and said with a self-deprecating smile, "Then I won't look, I won't look." Liu Yeye seemed to have noticed something and used her elbow to poke Liu Qian. She winked at her and smiled mischievously. Liu Qian's face heated up and her hands and feet became uncomfortable. Fortunately, at this time, Mr. Liu saw Zhong Xiaohua again. He patted his head and said, "Xiaohua, I haven't seen you for a few days and you've grown quite a bit. I see that by the end of this year, you'll be able to catch up to your two brothers. Also, looking at your eyes, they're overflowing with energy. I feel that you've become a lot more sensible." These words weren't false. When Mr. Liu first saw Zhong Xiaohua, he had just been beaten up by a bully and was worried about his father and brother's injuries. Naturally, his expression was gloomy and listless. Now that his family's injuries were mostly healed, his mood was naturally good. Moreover, there was also an unknown reason, so he naturally looked different. Zhong Xiaohua was also obedient. He raised his head and said, "Uncle, this is all thanks to Sister Liu. Not only did she take care of Big Brother and help our mother with the housework, She also taught me a lot of principles and taught me to recognize many words. With her influence, I naturally became more sensible. These words made Mr. Liu's heart very happy. He laughed loudly and said, "Good child, good child. Brother, I envy you for having such good children." Zhong Cai said modestly, "We've neglected to discipline them. They also don't know how to read and write." "Brother, you must be joking." Mr. Liu disagreed, "That's not true. This is innate temperament and not something that can be cultivated. Even if your family has a lot of money, it's rare to have such good children." Butcher Liu said, "You two stop flattering each other. We're all familiar with each other. After walking for an entire morning, my throat is so thirsty that it's about to smoke. Let's go in and drink some water." When Zhong Cai and Mr. Liu heard this, they both laughed loudly. Zhong Cai quickly led everyone into the central room. Everyone sat down to talk. Guo Sufei and Liu Qian went to boil water and make tea. Liu Yeye also followed. Taking advantage of the fact that the water hadn't boiled and Guo Sufei went into the room to get tea leaves, Liu Yeye quietly asked Liu Qian, "Sister, are you interested in that Zhong Xiaolong?" Liu Qian blushed and said, "What do you mean by interested? When did I?" Liu Yeye mocked her and said, "Looking at your shy face and peach blossom eyes, I know that you're thinking of love. Why don't you honestly admit it?" Liu Qian said, "You little brat, why do you have so many flowery words? Don't tell me you didn't come to see Zhong Xiaohu." When Liu Yeye heard this, she also said seriously, "Sister, your words are wrong. Have you forgotten what we said before? Although Zhong Xiaohu and Zhong Xiaolong are good people and saved us, but our dream is to marry a learned, elegant, and handsome scholar. The two of them do farm work and will be digging for food in the fields for the rest of their lives. Don't tell me we'll also be farm women for the rest of our lives." At that time, I was very grateful to Zhong Xiaohu and did have a good impression of him. Now, I don't deny it. But after thinking about it carefully, I don't want to jump into this fire pit. Sister, you have to understand that this is a matter of a lifetime. If you make the wrong choice, it will be too late to regret. At this time, Liu Qian also stopped smiling and said seriously, "Yes, Yeye, I am also like this. That's why I am especially hesitant. Although I hope that my husband is a scholar, after meeting so many scholars over the years, none of them left a deep impression on me as Zhong Xiaolong, this farmer. He has a temperament and courage that most people don't have. I have only known him for a short period of time, and this short period of time is more profound than many people in a few decades. I can't tell you how I feel in my heart, it can't be described with words. Actually, your choice is not wrong, my choice is not wrong. Everyone has their own freedom and has to choose their own choice." Liu Yeye smiled bitterly and said, "Sister, I hope your choice is not wrong." In the future, Liu Qian interrupted her and said, "It's too early to say this. I haven't made a final choice." Liu Yeye did not ask anymore and the two of them were silent. Not long after, Guo Sufei took out the tea leaves and boiled the water. Liu Qian steeped the tea and the three of them returned to the central room together. The people in the central room were laughing and chatting. They were in the middle of a lively conversation. Liu Qian poured the tea for everyone and sat down without saying a word, thinking about her own worries. The members of the Zhong family were used to drinking this tea, so they did not mind. Butcher Liu gulped it down like a cow and did not taste anything. As for Liu Yeye, she seemed to have something on her mind. She took a sip absent-mindedly and put it down. She did not even notice Zhong Xiaohu's casual glance. Only Mr. Liu inadvertently drank a mouthful and then his expression changed greatly. He did not believe it and drank a second mouthful. He frowned deeply. Then, he smelled the tea fragrance floating from the teacup and drank a third mouthful. Only then did he become surprised and was about to speak. Zhong Cai saw Mr. Liu drink 3 mouthfuls of tea and hurriedly asked, "Brother, is there a problem with this tea? Is it not tasty?" Mr. Liu said, "No, it's not that it's not tasty, it's too tasty." "Brother, what kind of tea is this?" Zhong Cai said awkwardly, "Brother, I don't know. Our family never drank tea before. This is the tea that Liu Qian brought from your family." Mr. Liu turned his head and asked Liu Qian, "Qian, is this tea from home?" Liu Chen was thinking about her own worries. When she heard her father ask her, she hurriedly said, "What is it? Father, what are you asking me?" Chapter 34. Mr. Liu asked with concern, Chen, are you feeling unwell?" Liu Chen smiled and said, "Father, it's nothing. I'm just a bit distracted." "What did you ask me just now?" Mr. Liu said, "Did you bring this tea from home?" Liu Chen understood her father's meaning and said, "Yes, father. It's the kind that you often drink. The last time I came, I brought it for myself to drink. Do you think that this tea is especially delicious?" Mr. Liu tasted another mouthful and said, "Yes, it doesn't taste like the tea I drink at home. This tea's fragrance is really enticing." Mr. Liu didn't have any hobbies in his life, but he liked to drink tea. He drank a lot of different types of tea and had prepared a lot of them at home. Otherwise, Liu Chen wouldn't like to drink tea. However, the tea he drank today was different from the ones he drank in the past. There was an indescribable fragrance in his mouth. These tea leaves were what he used on a daily basis. It must be the water used to brew the tea that was different. Mr. Liu was flabbergasted. Although the Guozhuang house was far from Ba Li Go, it was only half a day's journey. How could the water quality be so different? Mr. Liu asked, Chen, why is the water in the Guozhuang house so much better than the water in Ba Li Go? Liu Chen blinked her eyes at Mr. Liu and said, "Yes, father. The water here is really clear and delightful." Liu Chen knew that this uncle of hers was famous for being outspoken. If he knew something, it meant that all the villagers in Ba Li Go knew. She had already told him not to tell anyone about what happened in Lu Town. Who knew if everyone in Ba Li Go already knew about it? The matter of the well water was something that she couldn't let him leak out. Mr. Liu saw Liu Chen blinking at him and tacitly stopped asking. However, Butcher Liu heard it and interrupted, "Isn't that simple? Let Zhong Xiaolong send you a bucket every day." Mr. Liu was happy and said, "Second brother, let's not talk about the half a day's journey from the Guozhuang house to Ba Li Go. Even if it was delivered, the water might not be as good as it is now." Seeing that Butcher Liu didn't understand, he continued, "It's best if the water used to make the tea is freshly fetched from the river. If it's left for too long, the vitality in the water will be gone, and the tea fragrance will be gone." Butcher Liu's face was full of disdain as he said, "Only you scholars are so particular. Why don't I feel the same way? Don't you think so, Brother Zhong?" After saying that, he picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. On the other side, Zhong Cai also chuckled. He didn't say anything and drank the tea in his cup. Liu Chen went forward and poured another cup for everyone. Mr. Liu picked up the newly poured cup of tea and placed it by his nose. He sniffed it carefully and then sipped it with his mouth. He also tasted it carefully. There was an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Butcher Liu mocked, "What's so good about this water that's so bland that it's like a bird? Drinking wine is more satisfying." Mr. Liu pursed his lips and said, "How can you know my joy? Our interests are different, so we don't talk much. Unfortunately, after drinking this tea today, how am I supposed to taste tea in the future?" Butcher Liu was happy and said, "Isn't that simple? You can move to the Guozhuang house and live there. I heard that the Guozhuang house doesn't have a teacher. If you come, they can't wait to welcome you." Mr. Liu's eyes lit up and said, "Even a boor like you can think of such a good idea. This saying is true. The ancients said, if you eat 300 lychees a day, you will not refuse to be a person of Lingnan. It's rare that I'm fated to encounter such good water and good tea. To be able to become a person of the Guozhuang house for this good tea, it can be considered a good story." He said it casually, but it sounded meaningful. Mr. Liu's words, "It's rare that we're fated," woke Liu Chen from her daydream. It was like a bolt of lightning that struck Liu Chen's heart, splitting open the knot in her heart that had been tangled in her heart for many days. Yes, it's rare that we're fated. A few days ago, she still felt that she was fated with Zhong Xiaolong. Now that she had walked into a dead end, she actually doubted this fate. Now that she thought about it carefully, from the moment she met Zhong Xiaolong, he was injured in order to save her. She took care of his injuries to repay his kindness. Then she discovered the precious well water, and now her father was willing to come to the Guozhuang house. She completely dispelled her last layer of apprehension that she was unwilling to marry far away in order to take care of her father. She was clear that this well water was only available in the Zhong family. She couldn't drink it anywhere else in the Guozhuang house. Thinking about the miraculous uses of the well water, she was even more moved. This was a guarantee for her father's health. Didn't all of this mean that she was fated with Zhong Xiaolong? This fate was predestined by the heavens. Wasn't it enough for her to be proud of? A single thought leads to everything. The large stone in Liu Qian's heart was lifted by the heavens. At this time, she finally noticed everyone's reaction after her father finished speaking. Seeing that everyone didn't understand, Liu Qian explained, "This lychee is a very delicious fruit in the legends. It only grows in a place like Lingnan. After the ancients ate this lychee, they couldn't forget it. They sighed and said that if they could eat lychees every day, they would be willing to move to Lingnan." Only then did everyone understand. Zhong Cai said in surprise, "If Mr. Liu wants to move to our Guozhuang house, we'll definitely welcome you. I'll go back and report to the Guozhuang house's Guo clan head to arrange a place for my brother." Mr. Liu hurriedly said, "Old brother, this matter isn't urgent. We'll talk about it later. Let's leave it for fate, haha." Then, Mr. Liu took another sip of tea and said the real purpose of his visit to the Zhong family. He looked at Zhong Cai and said, "Old brother, the main purpose of our visit this time is to bring Chen Chen home for a while. This child has already stayed here for a period of time. She must be homesick. Our family also needs her to go back and tidy up. This month, Yeye should have come over a long time ago. Last time, she didn't come with Chen Chen because our family also needs a girl to take care of them. This time, let her come over and swap places with Chen Chen. What do you think?" Zhong Cai didn't dare to express his opinion. He hurriedly turned to look at Guo Sufei. Guo Sufei looked at Mr. Liu and Butcher Liu's sincere expressions, as well as Liu Ye's expressionless face. She already had an idea in her heart. She smiled and said to Mr. Liu and Butcher Liu, "We appreciate the two brothers' intentions. In the time that Chen Chen has stayed here, she has helped us a lot. Xiaolong, Xiaohu, as well as our family head, have all recovered from their injuries. They can basically move around without hindrance. Chen Chen also doesn't need to stay here to take care of Xiaolong and the others. If Mr. Liu wants Chen Chen to go back, I'll pack up the child's things and go back with you guys in the afternoon. There's no need for Yu Yeye to stay here." Hearing Guo Sufei's words, Liu Ye's face clearly showed a burst of joy. Liu Qian raised her head and inadvertently saw the disappointment between Zhong Xiaohu's brows. Her heart couldn't help but let out a thump as she thought to herself, "This Zhong Xiaohu is usually quiet and I've never heard him ask about Yu. Looking at his expression now, it's a bit troublesome. When I have time, I'll have to remind Zhong Xiaohu that my sister's thoughts are clearly not here." Butcher Liu wasn't happy and said, "Sister-in-law, look at what you're saying. Didn't we already agree before that Yu would also do her best? Now that she's here, how can we let her slack off?" Guo Sufei smiled and said, "Brother Liu, I know that you're a straightforward person. If we have any difficulties, how can we hide it from you? Look at these two children and your brother Zhong. They're all glowing with health and it's easy for them to move around. There's really no need for your daughter to stay." Mr. Liu also smiled at this time and stopped Butcher Liu's insistence. He said, "Since sister-in-law has said so, then I'm sure there's really no need for the children to stay. Second brother, there's no need to insist on anything. As for whether Chen Chen will come back with us later, it's better to ask her first." Liu Qian thought for a moment and said, "How about this, father? I won't go home with you this time. There's Yu to take care of the family, so there shouldn't be a big problem. I've only been out for less than a month. Although I miss home, it's not to the point where I have to go home. Moreover, Xiaolong's injuries have reached the final stage. I can't leave with a strong start but a weak finish. I'll wait until he's fully recovered." Butcher Liu couldn't help but stand up and say, "Did you just discuss this with your father? Why do you speak so much like your father?" Liu Qian asked curiously, "Second uncle, what do you mean?" Before Butcher Liu could speak, Liu Yuyu spoke up. Sister, on the way here just now, the two elders made a bet. Your father said that you definitely won't go home, but my father said that you will. My father asked why, and your father said that Chen Chen has never liked to leave with a strong start. She's only been at the Guozhuang house for less than a month. Presumably, Zhong Xiaolong's injuries haven't healed yet. Under these circumstances, she definitely won't go home. See, what you said is very similar to what your father said. Of course, my father was very angry and thought that the two of you colluded together. This Liu Yu was very eloquent. She used the words your father and my father to make everyone laugh. Liu Qian said to Butcher Liu, second uncle, you've watched me grow up. How can you not know my temper? Butcher Liu said helplessly, I only remember that you were a little girl with a runny nose. Who knew that you would grow up in a few years? How can I remember your temper? I thought that since you've never left home, you would miss home. But you're still not as good as your own father. While they were talking, Guo Sufei saw that it was getting late and went out to prepare lunch. Liu Qian and Liu Yu naturally went out to help, leaving the group of men to chat in the house. The Zhong family's meal was as simple as usual. It didn't take long for it to be ready. Zhong Xiaohua also came back with wine from outside the village. Butcher Liu was naturally beaming with joy. After lunch, the sun was already setting in the west. Mr. Liu and his group of three bid farewell and returned to the village. Mr. Liu invited Zhong Cai and said, Brother, tomorrow is the second day of the second lunar month. There's a temple fair at Barley Go. Why don't you come to my place for a small gathering tomorrow? Zhong Cai thought about it and refused. Although my injuries have healed, I still haven't fully recovered. It's inevitable that I'll get sick if I go too far. Moreover, the elders at home are still sick. It's better not to go too far. When I have time in the future, I'll definitely pay them a visit. Mr. Liu knew that it was the truth, so he didn't insist. Everyone parted at the village entrance. Liu Qian brought Zhong Xiaohua along and sent them off. Only then did they reluctantly part and watch their loved ones gradually disappear into the distance. Chapter 35. In the Misty School's meeting hall, the Misty Six Tigers and Zhong Chengyu were discussing the development of the faction and the meeting between Ouyou Peng and the other factions on the 2nd of February. Ouyou Peng was still sitting in his usual spot. He looked at his senior and junior brothers who had grown up together with him from the front. After nearly 10 days of rest, he seemed to have completely controlled his power that had skyrocketed. The light in his eyes was already restrained. Based on his appearance, it was impossible to tell that he was a martial arts expert. He had truly returned to his natural state. Ouyou Peng was very pleased. In fact, he wasn't the only one who was happy. Aside from Zhong Chengyu, who didn't take any pills, everyone else was in a very good mood. Of course, after 10 days of cultivation, their original excitement had already calmed down. What they needed to do now was to readjust the development strategy of the Misty School and work hard to strengthen the faction. They wanted to quickly become a super faction that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Daylin Temple, Incense Sect, and Heaven's Way Union. Ouyou Peng coughed and cleared his throat before saying, Fellow disciples, congratulations again on your great improvement in martial arts. The others returned the greeting and said, Congratulations, congratulations. Thank you, faction leader, for your help. Ouyou Peng continued, Now that our Misty School's strength has greatly improved, I don't know what the other three factions are doing. Chengyu, is there any news from them? Zhong Chengyu quickly said, reporting to faction leader, There's news from WN Jian Peak. Sword Master WN Chengjiu and his protectors have been in seclusion for a few days. After they came out, they were like everyone else and didn't see any outsiders. They must have improved their strength. The Tan family is a family business and the spies we sent out can't enter the upper echelons, so we don't know the specific situation. As for Yangming Villa, we can't interfere at all. The servants outside know very little and don't know the situation inside the villa. Ouyou Peng wasn't too happy and said, Chengyu, you've already done a lot of work in this area, but it's not enough. We need to expand the Misty School in the future, We can't do without news. You need to speed up and use all kinds of methods to nail our spies in the various factions. Without news, we'll be blind. Zhong Chengyue's face was full of guilt as he said, "Yes, master, I'll definitely pay attention in the future." Oyu Peng continued, "This is because I didn't instruct you properly. Before, I only let you practice martial arts, but now I need to teach you more about the faction's affairs. In this regard, you should learn more from your fourth martial uncle and be more attentive in the future." Zhong Chengyu nodded. Then, Oyu Peng said, "The medicinal herbs in the secret plane, the pharmacy hall has refined another batch of medicinal pills. Now there are nearly 50 pills in total. Martial brothers, tomorrow afternoon, prepare to go into seclusion and practice. Pay attention to keep this a secret. Also, Chengyu, you should inform your junior brothers as well." Everyone nodded. Oyu Peng thought for a moment and said, "Chengyu, pick a few of the second and third generation disciples with good aptitudes and come to the discussion hall tomorrow. The core disciples still need to be expanded." At this moment, Shangguan Laosi interjected, "Senior brother sect leader, now that our ethereal sect's strength has increased greatly, we should consider how to expand the scope of our strength." Oyu Peng nodded and said, "Yes, this is also one of the topics for today's gathering." Boss Hu suggested, "Fourth brother, expansion isn't something that can be achieved in one bite. Do you have any ideas?" Shangguan fourth brother said, "These past few days, I've been thinking about this problem. Now I have a little idea." Oyu Peng smiled and said, "Then hurry up and say it. Who doesn't know that you're our Misty School's treasure of wisdom?" Shangguan fourth brother said, "Actually, this idea isn't that difficult. I think the first step is to follow Senior's idea and raise the strength of our core disciples. We'll use these core disciples to form an elite group and assign them to the Foreign Affairs Hall to carry out the task of expanding our influence. Our southern sect's strength has increased because of this opportunity. It's not suitable for us to fight with them at this stage. Moreover, Senior may form an alliance with them next time, so we can't touch the south. The Luo Shui gang in the east and the Golden Crow sect in the west used to be weaker than us. They're good targets for us to make a move on. However, if we attack them at the same time, it will divide our strength. Senior needs to weigh the pros and cons." Oyu Peng thought for a moment and said, "For now, let's set it as the Luo Shui gang. The Golden Crow sect is in the west and their influence intersects with the 10,000 Swords sect. I'm afraid they're in cahoots with the 10,000 Swords sect. Who knows, the 10,000 Swords sect might also be watching them. The Luo Shui gang has always been based on the Luo River. This is what we lack. Now that they're still young, we'll take them down first. Advancing on land and water will bring endless benefits to our Misty School." Boss Hu said, "Third brother, water is our weakness. Why don't we attack the Shinrong sect in the east? After all, the Shinrong sect's foundation isn't very deep. On land, we're also confident." Oyu Peng smiled and said to Boss Hu, "Eldest brother, you and I have been deceived by the Shinrong sect's low profile. I just received news that the leader of the Shinrong sect is an abandoned disciple of the Daelin Temple's law-enforcing elder. This Shinrong sect is obviously a pawn that the Daelin Temple has planted in our Pingyang City and Yu City. We can't act blindly. Besides, although the Luo Shui gang originated from the Luo Shui gang, as long as we make a move first and plan well, our chances of success are still very high." Oyu Peng took a sip of tea and continued, "Moreover, our Misty School has always been on land. Pingyang City's location is also sandwiched between the Luo Shui gang, the Golden Crow sect and the Shinrong sect. There's limited space for development. If we take over the Luo Shui gang's influence and make use of the Luo River, it'll be very beneficial for the gang's development." Everyone was silent and deep in thought. After half a cup of tea's time, Shangguan Laosi spoke, "Fourth brother, according to this train of thought, I don't think I've sent enough people." Oyu Peng said, "I've long thought about this. The development of the Misty School requires manpower. In the past, our sect focused on elites. Now that the strength of our senior disciples has increased, the number of junior disciples is obviously insufficient. How about this, Chengyu? You consider recruiting a batch of disciples recently to strengthen our sect's strength. You can handle the details. Zhong Chengyu nodded in agreement. Then, Oyu Peng said to Zhong Chengyu, you can leave first. Inform your junior brothers that you should also rest well and prepare to improve your skills tomorrow. Zhong Chengyu's excited face was flushed red as he bowed and left. Liu Laowu, who had not interjected all this while, spoke now. Isn't it just improving your skills? Looking at you, Chengyu, what's there to be excited about? Zhong Chengyu thought to himself, old master, that's improving my skills. How can I not be excited? I heard that you've improved your skills for 20 years. How can I not be excited? Of course, his mouth still said, yes, fifth Shishu is right. Martial nephew should be calm in the face of chaos. Oyu Peng said, don't listen to your fifth Shishu's nonsense. However, you shouldn't be too excited. When you take the medicine, you must use it calmly. Otherwise, it will be a waste. Zhong Chengyu quickly walked out, only wanting to quickly leave fifth Shishu's sight. When Zhong Chengyu walked out of the conference hall, Oyu Peng looked back and said to Liu Laowu with a smile, fifth Shidi, Chengyu is a steady child. Don't always make fun of him. Shu Laowu also said, hey, you're still talking about him. When Laowu took the bone-strengthening pill that day, wasn't he just as excited? When he came out, he drank with the stone cow. If he wasn't happy, how could he be so drunk? Liu Laowu's face turned red as he argued, I absorbed the medicine and was tired from cultivating. Otherwise, how could I not drink as much as the stone cow? Everyone roared with laughter. Then, Oyu Peng sternly said to everyone, brothers, the medicine taken from the secret plane last time has been refined. In a few days, it will be the second day of the dragon raises its head. Our 4 sects have agreed to meet at Wutong Mountain. This time, we will discuss the next time we enter the secret plane to take the medicine. Perhaps we will discuss the alliance. What do you all think? Shangguan Laowu said, Senior, I think this alliance is unlikely. Oyu Peng said, why? Shangguan Laowu explained, of course, WN Jianfeng and our Misty School can form an alliance. We are all Jianghu gangs. We share fortune and misfortune together. However, Yangming Villa and the Tan family, although they are in Jianghu, they basically don't participate in Jianghu affairs. They have no reason and no strength to form an alliance with us. Oyu Peng touched his chin thoughtfully and said, of course, a superficial alliance won't work. Our 4 sects can't explain to other Jianghu sects in terms of development, sphere of influence, and gang composition. If we announce an alliance, it will definitely attract the attention of other sects. At that time, we will lose more than we gain. I prefer a loose alliance, or an alliance between the 4 leaders, rather than an alliance between gangs. This way, we can share the secret of the secret plane and keep the news of the secret plane from leaking. Hu Laowu nodded and said, this idea is good. The purpose of this alliance is only for the secret plane. It is separated from the interests of the gangs. Once any party leaks the news of the secret plane, the other 3 sects will kill them together. Oyu Peng smiled bitterly and said, if the news is leaked, there will be no need for the other 3 sects to crusade. There will soon be a bloody storm in Jianghu. So, we must seize the time to strengthen our own strength. Then, Oyu Peng turned his head and asked Li Laowu, who had been looking down and not speaking, Second Senior, have you read the sword manual? Li Laowu nodded and didn't reply. Oyu Peng didn't care and continued to ask, how many of our Misty School's current disciples can change? Li Laowu also shook his head. Oyu Peng said a little dispiritedly, alas, it is indeed inappropriate to change halfway. Fourth Senior, when Chengyu recruits disciples, you can also choose some of them to practice this sword manual. At the same time, you can also ask Second Senior to guide you. It is best if Second Senior can take in a few more disciples. Li Laowu nodded in agreement. It seemed that since his strength improved last time, he was more focused on the cultivation of the sword and didn't speak much. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.